NASCAR throwback race at the Darlington Raceway. And happy Mother's Day, every mom out there as well that may be tuning in, or just to those of you that have a mom that you're maybe spending the day with, make sure to tell them happy Mother's Day as well. As we are about to get into today's live commentary coverage, full race for you coming your way, coming your way. And drop of the green flag is going to be scheduled for 3:12 p.m. Eastern time. So we are roughly a little over a half hour away from the drop of the green flag for today's race. We've got a lot to cover in this pre-race per usual. Now, I will say I don't have as much in-depth analysis when it comes to predictions for today's race. The website, driveraverages.com was down, so I couldn't really look up each driver's statistical success at the Darlington Raceway pretty much throughout their whole career. Racing Reference is a little wonky where some drivers I was able to do it, some drivers I wasn't, so there was a bug on those websites for whatever reason earlier this morning when I went to pull the stats for today's race. So out of the limited stats I have narrowed it down to who I think is going to at least win this race today. But as far as the must-haves, don't-haves like we usually do on a weekend basis, I am not going to give those predictions this weekend. So maybe it's a slightly less packed pre-race show, but we'll still go through a bunch of stuff here. First and foremost, hit the subscribe button if you are not subscribed to the channel already. We have NASCAR content every NASCAR race weekend. Live commentary streams for NASCAR Cup, Xfinity, Truck Series races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying as well. It's our fourth and final live commentary stream of the weekend, obviously, as we've done all of the races with the Truck Xfinity Series and now the Cup today, and of course, Cup practice and qualifying, which took place yesterday morning. It was a packed last 24 hours or so. The Truck Series race had a rain delay of about 2.5 hours, did not start till after 10 p.m. Eastern time. We stayed up late for that just to wake up. By the end of that stream, we were ready to go about 10 hours later for the start of Cup practice yesterday morning, as well as Cup qualifying in the same stream. The Xfinity race was pretty good yesterday, too. And I think we're going to see a good race here today. Honestly, I think this is probably going to be the best race of the weekend. There's been a little bit to be desired with the Truck and the Xfinity Series races, but overall, I still think the racing was pretty good, as it usually is at Darlington. We're going to be seeing a lot of slipping and sliding. The sun's going to be out all day. There's going to be no rain impact with this race. Weather is clear by way of rain, and we're going to go out with any major hinges there. Before we get into discussing the overall season for the NASCAR Cup Series this year by just going over the standings and then giving you guys who I think is going to win the race today, we do have to highlight the Fantasy League. If you are not joined in the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app, be sure to do so. You get a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you win our regular season and or playoff championship. It's easy to sign up. It is free. First and foremost, all you need is your email, create a password, and then when you go to join a league, you'll want to join our league. The name of the league is KRC League, KRC in all caps, a space, and then a capital L on league. So I will put that in the chat real quick. So there you have it, KRC League. You can see on the website right here where it says quick links on NASCAR.com. Kind of look across, you'll see Fantasy Live tab. You'll click on it, and that's where you'll go for all that information. Again, you can't necessarily win the regular season championship now that we'll be halfway through the regular season after today's race. Obviously, if you're not in the league yet, you won't win that, but you will automatically be qualified for the playoffs. We'll have 2 separate champions, and you get to the points completely reset. So everybody will be starting at 0 once we get into, I think, Atlanta is the first playoff race this year, if I remember correctly again. That will be the second Atlanta date, so interesting way to kick things off there. The season standings, which you're not going to be able to see on the screen, but this is how it looks coming into this weekend. With 2,473 points, Monster Jam X10 is currently the points leader. It is very tight at the top. It is just a 27-point lead coming into this weekend. Troy the Great, who was actually a winner last weekend in our picks for the Fantasy League, has closed that gap. He's at 24-46. Again, he is only 27 points out of first. Hercules Harrigan is 81 points out of first, still within 100, sitting third in the point standings. Frank T26 is sitting fourth in the standings with 2,374 points, currently 99 points out of first. So Dale 30 rounds out the top 5 as he sits 100 and 73 points back. But we've seen weeks where the top points getter will get up to 280 points. We've seen the top points getter at the lowest get up to 180, depending on the week. So all those players are all within one race worth of contention. I'm currently sitting ninth in the point standings with 2,195 points, so a little less than 300 points out of first. So just probably on the borderline of being one full race out. But again, after today, we're only halfway through the regular season. Long season still to go. 14 races left if you count this one here today. Talking with Chase Elliott right now, interview wise. I don't want to cut into the middle of it. I kind of missed when they started. So we'll just kind of continue on with our pre race coverage here. I'm not going to go through the starting lineup until we get closer to the job of the green flag, but we can highlight the point standings, who's been running well, who has not throughout the course of this season. Kyle Larson comes in as your regular season points leader, after winning last weekend's race at Kansas in what was the closest finish in NASCAR Cup Series history. His second win was at the Kansas Speedway. His first, obviously, would have been also on a mile-and-a-half racetrack at Las Vegas. So the intermediate tracks have been very good for Larson coming into this race today. Really, Chevrolet as a whole. Chevy's been the team to beat on the 1.5 mile racetracks. In fact, Hendrick Motorsports has won all of them. Larson winning, of course, as I mentioned, at Kansas and Vegas, and even Chase Elliott getting a win at Texas. Now, this is not necessarily a 1.5 mile racetrack. This is an intermediate track, but this track is 1 1/3 mile in length, so it's not going to race like the cookie cutter. It's going to race far different from it. It's kind of an overgrown short track with the way how tight the corners are. You got to slow it down quite a bit, but you have upwards of speeds on the backstretch into turn three's braking zone of 180 miles per hour based off of what drivers were doing in practice and qualifying yesterday afternoon. So the speeds are definitely up, and it is going to lead to some very edge of your seat action. Edge of your seat if you're in the car as well, just trying to keep it off the fence, which we saw a lot of Darlington stripes yesterday in practice. I don't know how many cars, there wasn't like a counter like Fox has sometimes, like during the course of the race, of how many Darlington stripes there have been. Probably because nowadays they can't catch it all on camera, but needless to say, there were a lot. I mean, you saw cars pulling into the garage or their pit box, I guess, after practice, lining up for qualifying, and there was scuff marks on the right rear corner panel on a lot of those race cars. They were trying to test the waters with running that very outside groove in practice. Maybe not going to see them run all the way up on the top of the racetrack from start to finish today. Maybe select few, but obviously you don't want to risk breaking a toe leg so early in the going. I don't know how I got off on that tangent. What I was going to talk about was the point standings. Oh, I was talking about Hendrick Motorsports on the intermediate tracks. But yeah, anyway, so Chevy has been really good on the intermediate tracks and the 1.5 mile race tracks so far this season. Traditional 1.5 miles, not including Atlanta. The Toyotas have been dominating in the races, which are 1 mile in length and less. So although you could consider Dover an intermediate track, it is still somewhat of a shorter racetrack. So 1 mile and less in length. Same goes for Phoenix. They're winning those races. So I'm not going to take a Toyota to necessarily win this race today, although I think there could be some good runs for some of them. Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin looked pretty good in practice and qualifying. Of course, Reddick starts on the pole. Hamlin was fastest in his second group, which was Group B in practice. And his lap averages on the long run, though, didn't look as promising as the short run. This season, the Toyotas have been very good on the long run. The short runs, maybe a lack thereof. And that kind of comes into play with a lot of these 1.5 mile racetracks and intermediate tracks this season ending under short runs. Last weekend at Kansas was a race that ended under a short green flag run, green white checker, 2 laps. Texas, same thing. We had multiple overtime finishes in that race, and we ended up, as a result of that, finishing the race under 2 laps. Vegas was a little bit longer of a green flag run, but we still had a caution, or several of them, in the final stage of the race. So it led to more sprint races, 20, 30 laps then to the finish. We haven't gotten a full fuel run finish on an intermediate track this season. So with that being said, we'll have to see how the Toyotas fire off on the short runs today, because the long run obviously matters at a track like Darlington. We've been seeing a lot of tire fall off this weekend. What I noticed in practice yesterday, a 15-lap run, you'd see anywhere between 1.2 to 1.5 seconds of fall off, and upwards of 2.5 to 3 seconds of fall off over the course of a 30-lap run, which is kind of some of the most laps that drivers ran at practice yesterday. Pretty much in the ballpark of 27 to 32 or 33 laps. We saw a lot of drivers run, and pretty much on a consecutive run as well, as they were trying to get a good gauge of how their cars were going to react on the long run. So with that being said, that's kind of what you need to know coming into the race today. What you need to know coming into the race by way of the point standings will look like this as we segue back to that. I was going to get into that, and then I just started talking about the race more. But the more info, the better, I guess, for you guys. Sorry if it's kind of a cluster and unorganized for the start, but we'll get back on track here. So, talking about the points, again, Kyle Larson's the regular season points leader. His 2 wins on mile-and-a-half racetracks this season. He has a 29-point lead over Martin Truex Jr. Regular season champion does get 15 additional playoff points. You do get playoff points for your points finish if you're in the top 10, but obviously the most for winning the regular season championship, and it's the biggest gap between positions as well from first to second. So Truex almost a half race worth of points back. He was actually 15 points back in each of the last 2 races before coming into this last weekend, but he lost 14 points to Larson, with Larson getting the win and outscoring him in the stages. Because Truex did have a really good finish in that race, ended up right there in the picture towards the finish with the top 4. Maybe could have even won the race if it wasn't for the late caution with Kyle Busch spinning, setting up the restart in which Larson capitalized. But needless to say, Truex still lost points in that one, to Larson at least. 55 points back in third is Chase Elliott and Denny Hamlin, 56 points back in fourth. All the top 4 drivers are within 1 race worth of points of each other still, even after the first 12 races. Bigger gap, though, between Hamlin and Reddick. There's over, it looks like exactly a 37-point cushion between Hamlin and Reddick, 4th and 5th in the standings. Now, the drivers who are locked into the playoffs this season with wins would include Denny Hamlin and William Byron, each with 3. Hamlin's 3 wins coming on the shorter ovals, like I mentioned, 1 mile in length and less. Dover was his most recent win, his first 2 wins on the short tracks at Richmond and Bristol. For William Byron, he's won on all sorts of racetracks this season. A short track at Martinsville. He has also won on a road course at COTA, which is the only road course we've had so far this season. And he also won the Daytona 500 on a super speedway. 2 wins for Kyle Larson. I mentioned the 2 mile and a half at Vegas and Kansas, and everybody else that has a win only has 1. Chase Elliott's win came at Texas, as I already mentioned. Talladega win for Tyler Reddick. Christopher Bell with a win at Phoenix, and Daniel Suarez has a win at Atlanta, also in another one of those photo finishes we've had this season. So with 7 different winners, 9 spots are still available for the playoffs. The drivers in on points, obviously Truex, highest in the point standings without a win. He's the only driver in the top 5 in the driver standings without a win this year. He's 2nd overall. Ryan Blaney with a very consistent season, by far the best Ford by way of consistency. Hasn't quite had that same speed he started off with in the first probably 6, 7, 8 races. He's kind of been a little lackluster, at least since we got to Talladega. He didn't have a great finish in that race. He did back that up with the top 5 run at Dover, but then last week at Kansas, he pretty much ran outside the top 10 the entire race. William Byron, I already mentioned he has a win. Ty Gibbs would be the next highest driver in the point standings. He's 8th overall on the grid. Kind of same with Blaney, which the first 6, 7 races, he was hot out of the gate, wasn't winning, but he was up there leading laps. And at least at certain points of the race was pretty much running top 5 most of the day. That has not been the case over the last several weeks. He did get a top 10 at Dover a couple weeks ago. His finish at Kansas last week, though, was not very good. And he has been dropping in the standings quite a bit. He still remains 8th. He didn't move up or down after last week's race. And he's still fair as early as it is in the season so far. He is still within 1 race worth of points of 16th. So that is something to be noted. Alex Bowman is only a couple points behind Gibbs. Also a consistent season. Maybe not the consistent race winning speed the other Hendrick cars have had. He has quietly had 7 top 10 finishes so far this season, which is tied for the most in the series. The drivers he is tied with is his teammate William Byron and Martin Truex Jr. Tyler Reddick also has 7 top 10 finishes. So 4 drivers with 7 top 10s. That is a bright note, at least for Bowman. That tells me he's getting good finishes because he has 4 top 5s as well, but he's not scoring a lot of stage points. That's because qualifying has not been great for Bowman this year. So he's not getting the stage points in stage 1. Maybe he is in stage 2 to a certain extent. And he's only led 6 laps this season. As far as Bowman leading 6 laps this season, you have to go back to Carson Hocevar, who's 22nd in points, before you can find somebody in the point standings who has led less laps than Alex Bowman this season. In fact, if you want to look even further, the only full-time laps than Alex Bowman this year would include Justin Haley, Austin Dillon, Ryan Preece, Zane Smith, Eric Jones, Carson Hocevar, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Those are the only drivers to lead less laps than Alex Bowman has led so far this season. So That is something to be noted. No stage wins for Bowman as well, so that means he has not scored a single playoff point yet. And him being in the back half of the top 10 in points, he's going to have to work himself forward pretty quickly, and he's going to have to start clicking away stage wins and race wins if he's going to want to be a threat to really get out of the first round of the playoffs later this season. He has one bad run on that super speedway at Atlanta. It might be lights out for Bowman in the first round later on, so he's got to start building those playoff points up. But as far as getting into the playoffs, at least for points, he's looking comfortable. Ross Chastain is 10th in the point standings. He's either hit or miss every week. He's either up there in the top five, at least by way of laps, or he is just nowhere to be found in a race. Now, he's only finished in the top five one time. Last week at Kansas, he led the most laps of any race he has led laps in this season. He has led over 100 total. One stage win to boot, only 4 top 10 finishes. As far as top 10 so far for Chastain, least amount of any driver in the top 10 in the point standings, and he is tied for the least amount of anybody in the top 16 in points. So consistency definitely has to start going up. Trackhouse Racing overall has kind of had a down year this year. I know Suarez had his win at Atlanta, but he's outside the top 16 in the points, and he only has 2 top 10 finishes to show for. As for Ross Chastain, I mentioned only 1 top 5 and 4 top 10s. The only good thing really going for Chastain, although he's not necessarily getting a lot of stage points and he isn't finishing as consistently up towards the front of the field as we've seen in the first couple of years of the next gen. He only has 1 DNF, so he is finishing races at least. So the races he's not getting top 10s, he is finishing top 20, which is better than DNFing, not getting a whole lot of points and finishing outside the top 30. So there's something to be had there for Chastain. It's that. Chris Buescher, 1/1000th of a second away from locking himself into the playoffs last week. That would have been a huge win. Reason why is because he is 13th right now on the playoff grid. Not only is 13th on the playoff grid, but over his teammate Brad Keselowski and the first driver out of the cutoff line, Bubba Wallace, he's only 33 points to the good. Now, RFK Racing has had a lot more speed the last several weeks. 4 second place finishes so far this season for RFK Racing, 3 of which have come in the last 4 races. 2 with Keselowski at Talladega in Texas, and then last week at Kansas with Chris Buescher. Buescher also has a runner-up finish at Phoenix earlier this year as well. So good racetracks for Chris Buescher coming up. He qualified really well yesterday. He'll be starting towards the front of the field, and he was the 3rd fastest overall in practice. So I think this could be a great race for Buescher. Maybe he gets redemption and does go to victory lane against the Blue Ovals, their first win in a top 3 series this season. Kyle Busch is the next driver above the cutoff line, kind of similar to Buescher on points. He's only 31 points to the good to Buescher's 33, but still it's actually surprising, I'd say, that Kyle Busch is as far ahead of the cutoff line as he is. He did lose another spot in the point standings after last week's race. He did get a top 10 at Kansas, but he didn't get a lot of stage points, and obviously Buescher had a better points day, therefore moving ahead of Busch in the standings. But Kyle Busch does only have 2 top 5 finishes this year. He's not leading as many laps as he did in the first half of last season. Remember, Kyle Busch won 3 of the first 13 races, 3 of the first 15 races last season, and those were his only 3 wins of the year. So really since the second half of the regular season last season into this year, and there initially. 5 top 10 finishes this year, kind of similar to Chastain, where he's, if he does finish in the top 10 more often than not, it's kind of in the back half. He's not leading a whole lot of laps, just over 100 laps led for Busch. And they've struggled mightily on the short tracks this season. The intermediate tracks, he's had at least top 10 speeds, so I'd imagine that he'll have a good day today if he stays out of trouble, but that's the big key. He's got to stay out of trouble. He spun out a lot in that 8 car since going there, I've noticed, over the last calendar year, not just this season, but last season as well. Really ever since his consistency and finishes has gone down. Bell's locked into the playoffs with a win already, so 15th on the playoff grid would be Chase Briscoe. He's only 7 points to the good, so not looking great there, and he's kind of free-falling in the point standings the last several weeks. He was 12th 2 weeks ago, and now he's back to 14th. As of right now, he has no top 5 finishes, only 12 laps led, so he's not up competing for any wins by any means, but he does have 4 top 10 finishes and only 1 DNF so far this year for Chase Briscoe. So he is finishing races for the most part. That's a good sign. But with Ford's lack of speed this season, questions have to arise on whether he's actually going to make the playoffs. Of course, he qualified for the playoffs in the first year of the next gen in the 2022 season as he got a win early in the year at Phoenix. But outside of that win, he would have missed the playoffs. He's outside the top 16 in the driver points at the end of the regular season that year. Last year, he didn't get a win and was also outside the top 16 in the driver standings. This year, he is inside, at least for the first half of the regular season. So, by way of consistency, this may be looking like the best season for Chase Briscoe, but by no means is he a lock for a win. I'd be shocked if Ford wins 5 races or more this entire season. Regular season, I'd be shocked if they win more than 2 or 3. Um, I really don't see an SHR Ford being one of those to win. I'd see the RFK Fords and Ryan Blaney really being the only likely candidates to get a win. And maybe Logano pops off on like a weird race weekend where he just unloads with a lot of speed and he runs top 5 the whole race and wins. He's a 2-time NASCAR champion. It could happen. But I don't see them winning a race. So being on the edge of the point standings where he's at right now, he's pretty much going to be there for the majority of the rest of the season. He's just got to hope that those drivers around him don't start clicking away wins. And with the speed that the RFK Fords have had recently, even Ross Chastain, the last couple of weeks has had some really good speed, has had some of his better runs. It could be a little scary, I think, for Chase Briscoe as we get deeper into the regular season. Last driver above the cutoff line in the point standings is Brad Keselowski. He's only 4 points to the good over Bubba Wallace. He does have 4 top 5 finishes this year, 5 top 10s, but when he's not finishing in the top 5, he's not finishing good at all. He has 2 DNFs this season, and I don't even think that counts a couple weeks ago at Dover where he ended up finishing 31st. I think he still finished that race just many, many laps down after an issue he had in the final stage. So I do think Keselowski's got the speed going for him. He's just got to start clicking away consistent finishes. I don't think he's a lock for a win necessarily for the end of the regular season. Again, Ford has been that bad this season, and he hasn't won since he's gone to RFK Racing in the first 2 years either. Chris Buescher has 4 wins since Keselowski has gone there. Keselowski has 0. Buescher's outscoring him in the point standings this year. He's way more consistent, although he only has 1 less top 10 than Buescher and has more top 5s. It's still Buescher getting more stage points. He's qualifying much better. This weekend, Keselowski did qualify particularly well. I think he's going to actually get quite a few stage points and should compete for the win today. Will he get it? I don't think so, just because I can't predict a Ford to win, even though I really think the RFK Fords look like maybe the favorites for the race by way of speed this weekend in practice and qualifying. I'm still not going to peg one of them to win. He's just got to keep clicking away consistent finishes. I think Keselowski will be fine to make the playoffs just because of the speed they've had this year. Just got to hope that it stays there and it doesn't taper off when we get into like July, August, and he's still around this part of the point standings. Because last year when he made it into the playoffs, I think he was pretty much top 12 in points the whole year. And this year he's been pretty much outside the top 16 or just inside it. Last week's race, he was actually outside the cutoff line, and he moved himself into the cutoff line after Kansas, and now he's in the final spot. He swapped spots with the guy who is the first driver below the cutoff line, being Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace has 4 top 10 finishes, 3 top 5 finishes so far this season, also 2 DNFs, also not leading a lot of laps like Keselowski. But the speed in the RFK Fords the last couple weeks has been there. For Bubba Wallace, it is not. Remember, Wallace was actually top 10 in points after the first 7, 8 races of the season, but the last 4 or 5 have not been good for him, and that has pushed him down below the cutoff line. Got to get those consistent finishes up. Last week at Kansas, he did not run particularly well at one of his better racetracks, and Toyota has had speed on the short tracks this season, so at least there's that for Wallace. But the problem is he's not going to go up there and compete for the win on the short tracks because the guys that are, the JGR Toyota specifically, it's Denny Hamlin who has 3 wins, and even though Truex hasn't won one, he's led a lot of laps this season, and on those short tracks in particular, he's been right there for a lot of it. So, Bubba Wallace definitely going to have to find some speed here, and he's going to need it quick before he starts to fall further behind the RFK Fords, who are showing speed. 17th on the driver standings. He's actually 18th on the playoff grid, and Logano is 18 points to the negative. He has not had good speed this season. The RFK Fords have been performing better than him, and really even better than Blaney the last several weeks, but Blaney was off to such a hot start this season by way of finishes. That's why he's so much higher in the point standings than Logano. Logano only has 3 top 10 finishes in 12 races this season, 1 top 5, and that came, I believe, at Richmond, if I remember correctly. And in that race, he led quite a few laps, 199 laps led this season. Most of them were in that race for Joey Logano, either that race or super speedways for Joey. A 1 stage win this season as well. Obviously, it's not going to matter if he doesn't make the playoffs. And he lost 4 spots in the driver standings after last week's race at Kansas, which was not good whatsoever for all of Penske, but again for Logano, who is in a much dire need of a good finish than his teammate Ryan Blaney. Noah Gragson had a 30-point points penalty this season. If he didn't have that, he would be just 41 points behind Brad Keselowski for the final spot. But instead, he is 71 back. It's not do or die for him to get a win. I know a lot of people have been probably saying that, hey, Dragson's got to get a win if he's going to make the playoffs this season. That points penalty costed him. He's 19th right now in the driver's standings, even with that penalty. He's had a really good season, and actually, by way of just, getting good finishes, he has 5 top 10 finishes this season. That's higher than a lot of the drivers in points that are around him, and including a couple of them that are in the playoff grid. He's got more top 10s than Ross Chastain. He's got more top 10s than Chase Briscoe, tied for the most with Keselowski, Kyle Busch. He's got more than Joey Logano, Bubba Wallace, Daniel Suarez. All these drivers that I just named are higher than him in the point standings. He's got the same amount of top 10 finishes, believe it or not, as Denny Hamlin. Hamlin's kind of win or bust this season, but still, it kind of goes to show that there is consistency for Gragson. Keeps the consistency up through the summer months. I think he could get there. The only downfall is I don't think he's a great road course racer. And we do have quite a few road courses left this year because we've only had one. So he might struggle there. But we know the Fords are fast on the super speedways. So if he can get to Daytona later this season and he's within 20 points, I don't think he's necessarily out of it. If he has a good run today at Darlington, remember the regular season finale this year is the Southern 500 at Darlington later this year, I think that could also bode well for Noah Gragson. So I don't think he has to win, but he's got to keep the consistent finishes up, and so far he has since having that points penalty very early in the season. Austin Cindric's the last driver I'll highlight here. He's 20th in the point standings. He has 72 points out of first. Not a points penalty for him. Again, Penske's just been off this season as a whole. Only one top 10 finish for Cindric so far this year. He has 2 stage wins, both on super speedways. But I don't think Cindric makes the playoffs. I know we got a lot of road course races left, and typically you would think of Cindric as being a good road course racer, but with the next-gen car, for whatever reason, that has not been the case. And I'm not just talking about the one race they had at COTA this year. I'm talking about even last year, the year before. For whatever reason, in a next-gen car, Austin Cindric has not been performing well on road courses like he did in his Xfinity days, and even in the part-time gig he had at Penske in the 33 car on the road courses he ran. He led laps at Road America and COTA. In his part-time season in 2021. We're not even seeing that out of Cindric. So he's going to definitely need a lot of help. So that is the overall outlook on the point standings. Again, I couldn't find actual stat-by-stat outlines on a lot of drivers coming into the day. So just kind of highlighting the top 20 in point standings, how their season has gone so far, good or for worse. So did that. That gets us through the pre-race show. Only thing I have to mention now is who I think is going to win before we get into the starting lineup, and I'm taking Kyle Larson to win today's race at Darlington. Larson has finished in the top 3 and 4 of the last 6 races this season. He is the most recent winner at Darlington, winning the Southern 500 last year. Finally got the monkey off his back winning at this racetrack. He leads a lot of laps at this track, but he doesn't necessarily get the finishes that dictate how good he has been. Or if he does get the finish, they're second or third place finishes and not race wins. He finally got the win, so maybe any sort of nerves late in the race of not winning at this track before may kind of linger away. He's hot right now. He just won last weekend at Kansas, led a bunch of laps there. And like I mentioned, although this isn't a 1.5 mile track, Chevy's been very good on the intermediate track, specifically Hendrick Motorsports. And Kyle Larson's won 2 of those races this season. I say he wins a third, and I'm taking Larson to win. Outside of the super speedways this season, we've had 3 of them. That means we've had 9 other races. In the 9 non-super speedway races this season, Larson's finished in the top 5 times. He's finished in the top 3 4 times, which, as I mentioned, were all in the last 6 races so far this season. And Talladega was in that mix of races. So if you want to go the last 5 non-super speedway races we've had this season, Kyle Larson's finished in the top 3 in 4 of those 5. So yeah, I do like Larson. He's very hot right now. He's leading a bunch of laps. And I don't want to take a Toyota to win today because on the intermediate tracks that are bigger than 1 mile in length, they haven't won one yet. And Ford hasn't won it all this season. So it narrows it down to a Chevy. If we look at some of the other Chevys who have won this season, William Byron, I think, could be right there, but he hasn't had the speed on the intermediate tracks that Larson and Elliott have had. Chase Elliott did not qualify well for this race today. He got close to the wall in qualifying, had to lift quite a bit, messed his lap up. He was fast in practice, so I think he will have some good speed today, but starting as deep as he is at a track like this doesn't look likely. There's only one former NASCAR champion to start outside the top 30 and win at Darlington. That's Bobby Labonte, and that happened in the late 90s at this racetrack. So It's been a long time since somebody has started deep in the field to win at this racetrack. If you want to go non-champions just to see how much it has happened, Regan Smith is the most recent driver to start outside the top 30 and win at Darlington, and that was 2011 in the Southern 500. Remember, this is a 400-mile race, so he's got less time to get there than if it was a 500-mile race as well. So cars rolling off the pit road. You got my full in-depth predictions for this race. Maybe not the usual way of doing it, but those are my predictions nevertheless. At 34 likes on the stream, be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet and vote for who you think is going to win the race on your own merit. 60 votes have been casted so far, and 53% of you say somebody other than Hamlin, Byron, or Larson will win. 25% saying Kyle Larson, 13% with Hamlin, and 8% for Byron. Our goal is to get to 150 likes for the stream today, so only at 35 before the drop of the green flag here. Be sure to, again, hit that like button. Quick shout-outs for those of you watching the stream here in the pre-race. You got Mark Witkowski, Regine Huddleston, NASCAR 2311 Cup Series Racing, Kevin Beeler, Billy Lovejoy Designs, Jacob Guderol, hopefully I said your name correctly, JC1424, thanks for tuning in, Robert Perkle, Mike G, Stephen Harvey, Dark Crypto, JoJo, Dan Bowers, Earl Arnold Jr., and others, welcome in. You guys are in the chat. Sorry I didn't get to a lot of your comments there. Tried to make that as compact as I possibly could have. We've had the starting lineup on the screen for a while, but I'll read through it real quickly and give you guys an update. On the pole today is Tyler Reddick after getting his first pole of the season this weekend, and Brad Keselowski starting on the front row at Darlington for the 6th time in his Cup career. He's a former Southern 500 winner and trying to win again at this racetrack in a 400-mile race, though, today. Chris Buescher and Ty Gibbs will be in row 3. 2 second-place finishes for Buescher this season, looking for his first win, and Gibbs still looking for his first career win, as he has yet another top 10 start this season. William Byron and Kyle Larson will line up in row 3. Byron 3 wins this year, Larson 2, and Larson, again, the most recent winner at Darlington. Hamlin, a 4-time Darlington winner in 2010, 2017, 2020, and 2021, will line up on the inside of row 4. He has won 2 races that are not Southern 500s at this racetrack, so now he's trying to, he's won 1 non-Southern 500 win at this racetrack. The other 3 are 500 milers, but we'll see if he can get the win here today nonetheless. And Bubba Wallace starting to the outside of Hamlin in row 4. I mentioned that he is the first driver outside of the playoff cut line. Ross Chastain and Martin Truex Jr. in row 5, both showing a lot of speed in recent weeks. Truex still looking for his first win. He's 2nd in the overall standings, and Chastain is 10th. Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell will line up in row 6. Bell with a win at Phoenix this season. Busch still looking for his first win, coming off an 8th place finish at Kansas last week. Chase Briscoe and Joey Logano in row number 7. Logano, a former winner of this Goodyear 400 in 2022. He won here, but he has never won the Southern 500. And Chase Briscoe trying to get his 2nd career win today. Ty Gillen and Michael McDowell, the front row cars, will line up in row 8. It was announced earlier this week. Michael McDowell will be leaving Front Row Motorsports and headed to Spire Motorsports this season, so I'm curious to see how he runs the rest of the year now in what is maybe going to be a lame duck season. He's outside the top 20 in points, hasn't had as good of a year this year as the last few, but still trying to finish out on a strong note. Ryan Blaney and Alex Bowman will line up in row number 9. This is one of Blaney's worst racetracks, but trying to have a good run today. He'll be starting mid-pack, and Alex Bowman needs a good run. He's the only Hendrick Motorsports car without a win this season. Daniel Suarez and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will line up in row number 10. Suarez with a win this season. Stenhouse also outside the top 20 in points. Carson Hocevar, 22nd in the point standings in his rookie campaign. He's currently leading the Rookie of the Year standings, and he will start on the inside of row 11. John Hunter Nemechek will start to his outside in the 42 car for Legacy Motor Club. Austin Dillon and Corey LaJoie will line up in row 12. Austin Cindric, Ryan Preece in row 13. Zane Smith, Justin Haley in row 14. Daniel Hemrick and Eric Jones in row 15. This is the return of Jones after 2 weeks off. Has that hairline fracture and a lower vertebrae in his back, but he is at the racetrack and in the car this weekend. We'll see if he runs all 400 miles. I don't know on any updates as to if they have any drivers on standby for Jones this weekend, but needless to say, he is racing. He will get the points after just missing 2 weeks from that Talladega crash. Josh Berry and Kaz Gralla will line up behind them in row number 17. And rounding out the field in row 18 today is Harrison Burton and Noah Gragson. Gragson got against the wall in this qualifying lap and and caused them to qualify in the last place position for today's race as they round out the field. No non-chartered entries for this weekend's race. Your stage splits will be 90, 95, and 108. Roughly similar stage lengths for the most part, as our scheduled distance is 293 laps and 400 miles. Multiple pit stops in each stage, more than likely by way of all the tire wear we are going to see today. 11 sets of tires for these Cup teams for the race as well. Fuel window 70 to 74 laps, but again, they'll pit way before that by way of tires in this race, so we shouldn't have to worry about a fuel window coming into play. And pit road speed is 45 miles per hour. Once again, it is throwback weekend. So as a result of that, I have a lot of throwback schemes in the field today. Those will be highlighted over the Fox broadcast. You'll get to listen into some of those stories as well as you did yesterday through practice and qualifying. Maybe able to highlight them a little more through practice yesterday, but I'm sure Mike Joy will share some of those stories. You'll get to listen in again throughout the course of the race today. Jeff Burton will be waving the green flag in this one. He's a multiple-time winner at Darlington in the Cup Series. Pace car is on pit road already, and the field is headed to the green as a packed crowd is on their feet and ready for the Goodyear 400 2024 edition. Down into the first turn, Tyler Reddick, after electing the outside lane for the initial start, has led the field through turns 1 and 2 and has about a 2.5 to 3 car length lead off the exit of the corner. Side by side for second place behind him between Brad Keselowski and Ty Gibbs. Gibbs on the outside, Kissel attack to the inside. Kyle Larson and the Terry Labonte beautiful throwback scheme is going to file in line behind Gibbs. Kept his momentum up from the top side of the track, and Buescher running the bottom below the apron for most of 3 and 4 might have costed him that position. As Buescher falls to 5th, Larson up to 4th. Hamlin and Chastain side by side in the back half of the top 10 as they battle for 9th. Hamlin on the inside, Chastain on the top. Chastain in line right behind him, and mostly single file through the field in a calm start in this Goodyear 400 at Darlington. First 2 laps of the race led by pole sitter Tyler Reddick. Christopher Bell going to make a pass to move into the top 10. As he gets by the 1 of Chastain, Logano followed him. Oh, and Chastain might have a tire down or something. Saw some smoke going off into turn 3. Either that or he just locked the brakes up. Got up against the wall, definitely overdrove it. And Chastain's going to lose a couple more positions on the front stretch into turn 1. Definitely locked up the front tire. You got to hope he didn't flat spot it. Tries to get back by Michael McDowell through turns 1 and 2. He does. And he's in line now behind Kyle Busch in the 14th place position. Well, we got our first Darlington stripe of the race today. First of many, I'm sure. If nobody else hit the wall before him. Which could have been the case. Don't know for sure, but Chastain definitely got a piece of the wall there. And like I mentioned, it already cost him a few positions in the opening laps. Qualified 9th, and he's minus 5 positions from the get-go. Michael McDowell going to blow on by Joey Logano. Pushing very hard in the early going of this run. Rather, that's Todd Gilliland in the 38 car who got by the 22 of Logano. Fairly similar white cars on both the front row Motorsport Fords, but Todd Gilliland up to 11th. Yeah, good run for him here in the early going. Other drivers may be trying to conserve their tires a little more, so we'll see if Gilliland can hold up on the longer run. Your top 5 right now through the first 5 laps of the race has Tyler Reddick in the lead, Brad Keselowski 2nd, Ty Gibbs 3rd, Kyle Larson 4th, and Chris Buescher still in 5th. Gilliland's already moved up 4 positions from the start of the race, from 15th to 11th. Denny Hamlin's moved backwards a couple positions from this initial start as well. And every lap has still been led by Reddick at the front of the field. Outside lane, definitely getting rubbered in the early going of this race already. Reddick's lead is just over 1 second over Brad Keselowski. Top 10 positions already separated by nearly 5.5 seconds. And we've already seen quite a bit of fall off 8 laps into this race. Fastest lap by the race leader was a 29.457 for Tyler Reddick. His last lap was a 30.547, over 1 second of fall off in 8 laps on this very worn out Darlington Raceway surface. Last lap for Brad Keselowski was a 30.8. A lot of drivers have ran 37s, 38s the last lap or so. About a 1.3 second difference in lap time for a lot of these drivers already not named Reddick. So as Reddick keeps his pace up, he has grown his lead out. We'll also have to see if that means he's going to fade much deeper into the run. And when will we see green flag pit stops for the first time if it stays green long enough? Is going to be the next question. It's more than likely going to be a 2-stop stage, I would have to imagine. Or at least drivers will maybe try 2 stops versus 1. If they were to go 1 stop, they're going to have to pit at lap 45. No competition caution scheduled for this one. For those of you that watched the Xfinity Series race yesterday, there was a comp yellow at lap 20. That's because their practice and qualifying got rained out. But for the truck and the Cup Series this weekend, they had their full practice session and qualifying. So no comp yellow for today's race. Haven't noticed any changes in the running order, at least of the last few laps. All the top 10 remains the same, and it looks like 11th through 15th remains mostly the same as well. Fox headed to their first full screen commercial break today. Again, you can listen to the race right here on the YouTube channel. But if you're wondering where you can watch the visuals of the race, Fox Sports 1 is carrying this weekend's race at Darlington. Again, you can watch on Fox Sports 1. This is the 4th Cup race on FS1 this season for points races, and then the Busch Light Clash was also on FS1 as they had a rain date, had to move it up about 24 hours. PTFS Aviation, thanks for tuning in. Saying F1's better. Yeah, right, buddy. Yeah, right. Thank you for tuning in, though. Sid Vick, Regine Huddleston, also welcome into the stream. Sid Vick pulling for Kyle Busch. JoJo says Sam Hornish Jr. for the W. Not a real race till Harrison spins. Jeez Louise. Chat is ruthless. Billy Kramer, thanks for tuning in as well. Again, you have until the end of stage 2 to vote for who you think is going to win the race. 84 votes have now been casted. 51% of you say somebody other than Larson, Byron, or Hamlin will win. 25% of those votes say Kyle Larson will win, and 12% saying both Denny Hamlin and William Byron will go to victory lane. And Bauer saying Bowman is coming. Still in 16th right now. He's gained a couple positions from the start. I think he started 18th. He's only 2 spots up. Chase Elliott, who started 31st, has only gained 1 position from the start of the race to 30th. All these drivers just kind of mired back in traffic. You'll see more movement through the field here than some of the other tracks that are tougher to pass on just by way of what groove you can run. With the fact that all these cars are equal, and that's because there's so much tire fall. Now, if they repaved Darlington Raceway with the car that we currently have right now, until they fix the package, it will be a boring race. But today you will see more movement through the field with the fall off. We just got to wait until we get deeper into this run. See who's really going to be good on the long runs versus the short runs and vice versa. There's that second and a half of fall off for a lot of these drivers, 15, 16 laps into the run. That's as what it was in practice. 1.2 to 1.5 seconds per 15 laps is kind of the fall off. So we're going to see 2.5 to 3 seconds of total fall off when we get to around lap 30. Reddick's last lap was a 31.1 to his fastest lap of a 29.4. And the fastest lap overall we've seen today was from Brad Keselowski in second. He ran a 29.333 on lap 2. His last lap was a 31.0. 1.7 second difference 17 laps into this race. And all 17 laps have still been led by race leader Tyler Reddick. Back from the full screen commercial break right now on FS1. Your running order rundown all the way through the field looks like this as we're in the first 10 minutes of this race. Again, Tyler Reddick leads, 1.2 seconds ahead of Brad Keselowski in second. Ty Gibbs is in third, Kyle Larson fourth, Chris Buescher fifth, William Byron in sixth, Bubba Wallace seventh, Martin Truex Jr. eighth, Denny Hamlin ninth, and Christopher Bell in 10th. 11th place is Todd Gilliland, Joey Logano 12th, Ross Chastain 13th, Kyle Busch 14th, Michael McDowell 15th. 16th is Alex Bowman, Chase Briscoe 17th, Ryan Blaney 18th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 19th, and John Hunter Nemechek is 20th. Corey LaJoie 21st, Carson Hocevar 22nd, Austin Cindric 23rd, 24th for Justin Haley, and Daniel Suarez is 25th. 26th for Eric Jones, Ryan Preece 27th, 28th for Josh Berry, Noah Gragson 29th, Chase Elliott 30th, Zane Smith 31st, Harrison Burton 32nd, Austin Dillon 33rd, Derek Kraus 34th, Daniel Hemrick 35th, and Kaz Grala rounds out the 36-car field. All cars on the lead lap still early in this race, and now we're 20 laps complete. Still caution-free in this one as well. And Keselowski slowly starting to chip away into that lead. Reddick had it out to about a 1.4 second lead at its largest, and now it's down to a 9/10 of a second lead, and Reddick has not caught the back of lap traffic yet. They're still about 7 to 8 seconds ahead of him. So as we get deeper into this green flag run, the 6th Keselowski start to close the gap on the 45 of Reddick in front of him. I'd definitely say Reddick and Hamlin have been the best on the intermediate tracks from the Toyotas this season. So maybe no surprise Reddick is out in front early. Maybe a little bit of a surprise he qualified on the pole, considering it is his first pole of the season in the first 12 races of the year, but he has had good starts periodically throughout the year, and it's just a matter of can that pit crew help him out, as 2311 notoriously been pretty bad at trying to get their teams, both the 45 and the 23, on and off in pit road in a successful and fast manner. Keselowski continues to close now. The gap is just 0.6 of a second as Reddick will lead lap 23. I can't tell if it's a sellout crowd or not, but it is a packed crowd at Darlington. Great to see this weekend. Weather is nice. I mean, it does not look like there's an empty seat in that building. I say building like it's enclosed on that facility. Wish they had the back straightaway seats available as well. Fortunately, they don't use those for seating anymore. Or they have that signage and all the extra sponsorship there on the back straightaway. Reddick was a runner-up last season to Larson in the Southern 500. He's already been runner-up to Larson twice this season as well. He's been runner-up twice this season, but once was also to Larson at Las Vegas. That's what I meant to say. He was second in every stage of that race, too. And to come from behind on multiple slower pit stops, it was too little, too late at the end of each of those stages. Keselowski has closed the gap between him and Reddick down to just a couple car lengths, and Ty Gibbs, who's in third, is also within a second of the lead now at 0.8 of a second back. And in fact, that last lap, Gibbs was the fastest of the top three. Fastest car overall the last lap, though, was William Byron at 6, who ran at 31.388. So Byron, the fastest lap on the racetrack, that last lap, he was a half a second quicker than Reddick. Well, Byron's still 4.1 seconds off the lead. Now Martin Truex Jr. ran the fastest lap that last lap of 31.498. And he is in 8th place, currently battling Bubba Wallace for 7th as their nose to tail. I would not be shocked if we start to see our first pit stops of the day when Fox comes back from their commercial break that they are currently on. People are roasting that F1 comment in the chat. Rather watch the WNBA than F1. Hey man, Caitlin Clark's going to make that league must watch. More watchable than F1 potentially. I said potentially. Three-tenths of a second is now the gap between Reddick and Keselowski. That last lap by Reddick, with the clean air, might I add, was slower than everybody else in the top 10. A 31.970. Only other driver to run a 31.9 that last lap was Gibbs, but it was still faster than Reddick's. Everybody else behind him in the top 10 ran 31.6s, 31.7s, or 31.8s. So Reddick's lap times are fading, and that's part of why he got out to that 1.4 second lead. But he's starting to lose that lead deeper into the run, and as Keselowski continues to close, he's going to have to try to pull out of that top line and figure out a way to wrap the bottom and make that pass on Reddick. 32.0 that last lap for Reddick. You have to go down to Chastain at 13th to find another 32-second lap time on that lap. So Reddick he's faded already. Keselowski is there. The longer it takes Keselowski to make that pass, the tighter the entire top portion of the field is going to be. All of a sudden, the top 6 are within 2.9 seconds of each other, 32 laps into this green flag run to start the race. And if I'm that 45 team of Tyler Reddick, I'd bring it on to pit road as soon as you can. Maybe try to force the hand of everybody else to pit after you. You can get out to a bigger lead again. You know your car's good on the short run. In the long run, it may struggle. Now, that is going to be a problem if Reddick loses the lead. If he struggles on the long run in traffic, he's going to be at more of a greater potential risk of losing more positions deeper into the run than what he would otherwise. Battle for third between Kyle Larson and Ty Gibbs. On screen, Larson to the inside of Gibbs through 1 and 2. Clears him. First chance he had to make the pass, and Larson is on the move. So Kyle Larson up to P3, goes straight to the wall in 3 and 4, and now trying to run down the 2 cars ahead of him. And this is where it is key for Keselowski to make this pass as soon as possible, because Larson is, like I mentioned already, on the move. And lap traffic is starting to come into play here very shortly. Another lap or two. The leaders are going to be at the very back of the field, and that's really going to shake things up. Who can get through the lap traffic better? I mean, just to tell you how tight the field is, Reddick's last lap of 32.316, only about 2 to 3 tenths of a second quicker than the slowest lap times on the racetrack that last lap by all the lap cars that are not that far in front of him. So it is not going to be easy trying to pass these cars. Keselowski looked low as he got to within a half a car length behind Reddick into the corner, but he loses ground on the drive off. And Larson, who wrapped the top through 1 and 2, now has a run at Keselowski into 3. Not close enough to make the pass. Brad goes back to the top. Larson's right there as well. Brad cuts now to have a straighter line off the exit of turn 4. Larson, who stayed on the wall all the way through the corner, trying to get that momentum back on Keselowski. Top three within a few tenths of a second of each other now. And Denny Hamlin is on his way to pit road. He'll be the first one to make a green flag stop.
It's because you were one of the guys that pitted first. Was probably better. Here they come, Larson behind him, the leaders. She's in first.
It's coming down pit road as well. Car's pretty good, little tight up. They're pretty good. But I've heard crew chiefs say you pit early, you pay the price later. So it's just one willing to risk. Kyle Larson in as well on the fives. So far, consistently strong and trouble quicker than he could yesterday into one.
Byron Van Africas. Elliott leads his box. Joey Logano. Look at that. Keselowski almost pass ready for the lead. Here they come. There's the leaders. Very tricky pit road to get on. You saw Keselowski stay up on the track and Reddick come down the racetrack. So two different theories on how to get to pit road there. Remember yesterday, after qualifying, Brad Keselowski and Matt Ball walked the track to see what pit stall they would select. Well, here they come. Regan.
Mike was going to get some good overnight adjustments on the 6 car to make it last a little bit longer. He did tell Matt Mitchell he was slowly losing grip as we ran, but didn't seem to be as bad as other cars around him. In the 45 of Tyler Reddick, as soon as he said, it's been the same thing since he mentioned that.
There's a half stop. Ryan Blaney, Ricky Stenhouse. Yes, but look at this. They're going to get him, boys. These guys are getting past. Who do they get past? Short pitting. You got Byron in the lead. By the way, Byron somehow got around the 5 in pit road. That's easy. Now will you pay the price on the back out of these runs? And this is when it becomes difficult, right? Because you got to run that whole long run all the way. I mean, it's going to be 50 plus laps, so you never know with these guys. They might decide to split it up again, but that's going to be a long ways if we run the whole run. On the track map, it's led by Bubba Wallace, as 4 drivers have not stopped yet. Wallace, Blaney, Stenhouse, and Dillon. Ty Gibbs in 5th is the first of the drivers have been to pit road. Well, there you see the difference right there. William Byron, who pitted 1 lap earlier than most of the guys that came to pit road, leapfrogged all those guys and got himself in position, and now he's past the leader. Get his lap. Your breath through 3 flag pit stops. Here goes Larson. Great, grinding it out. How far can he go on this strategy, and what's the upside? Yeah, I mean, I gotta believe Booty Barker is trying to go down the path, Mike, of absolutely splitting it dead in half, which is about 3 laps from now, lap 45. That may pay dividends on the top side, but this is a lot of additional laps because he's given up again, well over 2 seconds a lap. And look at them; they just continue to blow by him. They're going to be. I'd say it's going to force it. Yeah, I mean, they're going to split it in exactly half, but I think the interesting part is going to be that gap might be big right now, but it's going to be a lot for these guys that get towards the end of this run that pitted early as far as lap times, and how much does it fall off when they get way further than they just ran? Well, and that's the math works, if you're by yourself, but as these cars all blow by you with new tires on, it just hurts your lap time worse and worse and worse. All right, Austin Dillon's in. He is one of the 4 that have not yet stopped. So is Ricky Stenhouse on pit road. Fastest stops in this sequence: Ty Gibbs from 9.6 seconds, William Byron 9.8. Thank you very much. That's the difference between being in the lead and not. Obviously, 2 more cars to pit here with Blaney and Wallace, but as soon as that happens, 54 to the point. Wallace is in for 4 tires under green. Just past the start-finish line is Ryan Blaney. He is alone on the racetrack. Cedric goes by on the outside as Blaney hits the brakes, and he's headed for victory. Long run for Blaney, 45 laps to start this race. That's dead nuts in the center of this run. The stage is 90 laps, so that's exactly halfway. Gibbs takes over the lead of the Goodyear 400, 45 laps in after one round of green flag pit stops.
It's going to be interesting to see where Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney are going to be able to get to in the running order as they split the stage in half. And we saw the pit stops really begin right around lap 31, 32. They gave up a lot of time there. Now, Wallace was in the top 10 when the pit stop started. He was 7th. Blaney was not. He was back around 17th, 18th place. So I'd imagine Ryan Blaney's going to be well further back in the running order than that of Bubba Wallace and trying to make a comeback. And we'll have to see exactly what the difference in lap times are going to be for these guys as soon as they come off of the pit lane. And last lap by Ty Gibbs was a 31.189 as he consumes the lead following the green flag pit stops. Blaney just came out of the pits. Bubba Wallace is 17th, ran a 30.429. So Wallace is only a couple tenths quicker, it looks, than the current race leader. Well, 3 to 4 tenths of a second quicker a lap. But he's 16 seconds off the lead. And we have 42 laps to go yet in stage 1. So a long time to get there. It's going to be interesting to see if we get another pit stop from a lot of these drivers as well. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of is maybe those drivers right around lap 30 that pitted are going to pit twice. And obviously Blaney, Wallace, there were a couple other cars behind them in the running order that went about 40 plus laps. Maybe they're only going to pit one time. Ryan Blaney's back in the 26th place position, which is where he cycled. And again, Ty Gibbs won the battle off of pit road by way of the green flag pit stop, cycles to the lead for the first time. So throughout all the green flag pit stops we have had 3 lead changes, 4 different leaders in this one. Reddick led the first 38 before coming to pit road. And Bubba Wallace led the next 6. Blaney led 1. And now Ty Gibbs has led the most recent 5. And Gibbs has a 4/10 of a second gap over William Byron. Byron was 3/10 quicker than Gibbs that last lap. And remember, these leaders are all dealing with lap traffic right now, as we have stayed green this entire stage. Austin Dillon, Kaz Gralla, Derek Kraus, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Daniel Hemrick have all gone a lap down already in stage 1. Zane Smith in 31st is the last car on the lead lap. So the leaders are definitely going to have to battle through this lap traffic. Blaney's gained 2 positions since cycling off of pit road and the green flag stops. He's gone from 26th to 24th. Bubba Wallace has only gained 1 spot from 17th to 16th. Wallace has gone from 16.3 seconds off the lead to 15.2. So he's gained about a second over the course of the last 3 or 4 laps. Now he's in 15th. I mean, we'll see if he gets there. I just don't know if it's going to be able to sustain 3 to 4 tenths of a second quicker the entire run. Like, I don't know if it's like that now and then we get 20 plus laps of the run, if it's just going to even out.
Special incentive for wanting to win. So I guess you can actually go this weekend. You guys have something like a big thing yourself. Just the plan. So you got the All-Star injury. It's did you have a good day? Am I ready? Let's Gibbs leading his first ever lap super at Darlington. Here's Chris Gann, the crew chief who conducted the pre-race meeting. His stats, Tommy Hirschman is the spotter.
And his battle for the lead is heating up as they approach this lap traffic. See Suarez have to lift on that outside.
Well, we saw this 24 car be really fast yesterday in practice. We saw his lap times just continuously go throughout the practice session to be solid. And it's definitely showing up again here today.
Well, Daniel's trying to stay on the lead lap, and William is all over him. And trying to keep that clean air on his nose. That's smart. If they're up there in that preferred line, Daniel Suarez in front of him. Kyle Larson's coming. And on fresh tires, there's Daniel Hemrick pulling alongside.
Well, that's a difficult spot for William Byron to be in when those cars are side by side. You saw him try to stagger to put his nose in the middle of those two cars to get as much air on the front of that car as possible.
Especially on the Truex, that's for 6th place. 2 seconds off the lead. Denny Hamlin with them.
Well, this is a Martin Truex style of day. When the track's hot and slick and the tires are falling off, but he's definitely working his way forward. Jamie?
Yeah, you guys were talking about William Byron. You saw the 5-6, and he looks good. But I talked to Rudy Hugel, and he said, even though he qualified well, we're not sure what we have for the race. Not real happy with the handling of it. Front end was good, the rear grid not so good. They made adjustments so far today, just a little bit tight. They've adjusted it. The pit crew got it done as well.
Todd Gilliland having a great day so far after a good past couple weeks, up from 15th to 9th position right now. And report from the driver just a little bit tight. But the one thing his car is doing is the same thing the team told me earlier today and would do. They said our car is very good on the long run. Keep an eye on us. We're going to surprise some people today. So far, so good.
Got 10 after starting 15. His graphics team is a throwback to his late, first ever win back in 2015 at National Motorsports Award.
Well, this guy right here, Ty Gibbs, he's having a great day so far. As the young drivers go, this is a difficult racetrack to manage because it's you against the track. You got to take care of the car. You got to put the car in the right spot, take care of the tires. Ty Gibbs is doing a great job in doing that. They put him in position to lead this race, and that's what you want to have. You want to have control of the race.
Not an easy thing to do against the likes of the guys that are out here hounding on him. I mean, look at the battle. Squeezing, be careful here.
And that's the type of stuff right there that you just gotta be careful with right here. You don't want to tear your car up.
Look at the gap that afforded him, though. Sometimes you gotta be bold on this racetrack because it affords you opportunities to get away. Needed that clean air. Cannot be mired in that traffic. It will wear these tires out. In the meantime, Larson, Byron, and Keselowski back there in the back are putting on a show. If it gets in the Goodyear 400, he'll become the first driver to score his first career victory in Darlington since 2011. Regan Smith did that.
Man Regan. On board with Tyler Reddick here, and the problem that he had on the pit stop was he got in there too deep and slid past his marks in the pit stop, threw the timing of the pit crew off, and cost himself some time, and now he's having to battle through traffic.
You can see how much tire wear there are on the tear off. Man, look at this. Holy cow. Hold on to it, boys. Because the highlight is lost. Gibbs hanging on to a 1.5 speed person who's all wrapped up in Slowski.
Still speak. It's true. You could say I would drive it probably.
1.4-second lead for Ty Gibbs out in front of the field. Kyle Larson's continuously running in the second place position. William Byron sits in third. Brad Keselowski fourth. Tyler Reddick fifth. Sixth place is Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin seventh, Chris Buescher eighth, Todd Gilliland ninth, and Christopher Bell is 10th. Joey Logano in 11th, Bubba Wallace 12th, Michael McDowell 13th, Alex Bowman 14th. 15th is Ross Chastain, Chase Briscoe 16th, Kyle Busch 17th, 18th is Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney 19th, and John Hunter Nemechek 20th. 21st is Corey LaJoie, Carson Hocevar 22nd, Josh Berry 23rd, Chase Elliott 24th, and Eric Jones is 25th. Noah Gragson 26th, Justin Haley 27th, Ryan Preece 28th, Harrison Burton 29th, and Daniel Hemrick first car lap down in 30th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 31st, Daniel Suarez 32nd, 33rd is Zane Smith, Kaz Gralla 34th, Derek Kraus 35th, and Austin Dillon is 36th. That rounds out the field. 153.030 mile per hour average, a little over a half hour into the race. 63 laps down, 230 still to go out of 293. And again, stage one ends at lap 90. 19 laps led for current race leader Ty Gibbs, 38 for Reddick from the pole to start the race, 6 laps led for Bubba Wallace during green flag pit stops, and 1 for Ryan Blaney during the green flag stops. 3 lead changes, and that is your mid-race update here for stage one. We'll take our first ad break. You're continuously watching and listening live on KRC to the Goodyear 400 at Darlington. Larson's cut that gap down about 0.6 of a second on Ty Gibbs over the last several laps. From 1.4 seconds off the lead to 0.8 of a second off the lead. Now he's 1.1 back. It's just kind of fluctuating back and forth depending on where the lap traffic all is. Be sure to hit the like button as well if you guys have not done so yet. Again, 150 likes is our goal. We are currently at 67. About a third of the way there. A little over a third of the way there, actually. Almost halfway. So be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so yet. Again, 150 likes is the goal for the stream.
Since the first Summit 500. Nice crowd on hand on a beautiful, warm. Let's take against by 2.3 seconds. And still traffic in that battlefield. Steady Eddie. Oh, look now. Here comes Truex. These guys get door to door, side by side. It gives opportunities to the ones behind him. Who is that? Truex.
This has always been a really good track for Joe Gibbs Racing. I think that carries through to the next gen. And like I said, this is a Martin Truex style of day where you got to take care and manage the car, not get too wound up, put yourself in a bad situation, tear up your car, hit the wall. This has a lot of ingredients for Martin Truex to be successful.
And that's what's so impressive about your leader, Ty Gibbs, out here leading these guys. It's discipline. Man, this place is so slick. You have to race the racetrack. He's patient with the lappers. I love that. Those are the ingredients to getting these things to the end. And if you can do that, you can have a shot at winning. That's hard to do.
Patient. Did you see that smoke rolling off the side of his car when he was rubbing doors with that lap car in 99?
It was time to go. It was time at 99. You can mess with them so long, and those cars in the mirror get bigger. Then you got to do something about it. Learn that.
So, guys, to your point about Joe Gibbs Racing, in the 4 Gen 7 races at Darlington, they have led 51% of the laps. But they've had more DNFs than top 10s. Martin Truex Jr. has led 221 laps in those 4 Gen 7 races. 3 DNFs, 2 for an accident and 1 for mechanical failure. They're having a closing the deal.
A lot happens at the end of these races. You contribute that to. Restarts are always crazy, chaotic. Always take out a lot of cars.
Well, Christopher Bell is somebody that we obviously both like. They've made a lot of mistakes lately and cost themselves some great finishes, but you know that stuff goes in chunks, and Ty Gibbs has as well. You know, he run the wall right there. Just talked about how patient he's been.
I can hear the right guy. He's got to do all the work to get in. Little reminder there.
Yeah, that spotter saw the same thing that you guys are seeing at home.
One rain's back a little bit.
Look at that line on the entry to turn 1, Clint. That's a very Kyle Larson line that you see Ty Gibbs using there. Denny Hamlin would run that high line getting into 1. It just seems to, in this car, it's not something that I like to do, but after last year's going through the couple of years in this car, it just really helps that car get in the corner and helps the enter that middle third of the corner with the right angle in the car and allows you to get a nice straight exit off of turn 2.
Check with Jamie on the 6th place car.
Martin Truex Jr. on 4th position. Had it because Christian in the race, James Small He said, we were so fast yesterday in qualifying. Unfortunately, we got into the wall a little bit. That cost us some time, but they're really optimistic about today. And then I talked to Martin in pre-race, and he told me, this place is so fun to drive. When you have a good car, it's fun to just slip, slide around, run up at the wall. He was in a good mood. I just had a good feeling about his team.
Thanks, Jamie. Now, Martin Truex is the only Gibbs driver with a throwback scheme. This is the Moody Blue scheme that he ran to victory here in the 2016, the first win for that sponsor with Martin.
Well, I would refer them, the other three teams to take the lead from Martin next year. Let's do a little better with their throwbacks, Clint.
Now, one driver made a really long run prior to making his green flag pit stop, and that was Ryan Blaney. Here he is. He ran 45 laps on his first set of Goodyear Eagles. That was about 8 laps longer than most of the race leaders. Now, he was running 18th at the start of the pit stop cycle. Now, with that late stop, he is in 13th position, and the last few laps has been one of the faster cars on the racetrack.
Well, it's like
And he
it's
cycled
like
out in
mentioned that
26.
These guys were holding out to stand on the racetrack. You got to do something to get yourself on a different strategy. And these guys have waited long, a little bit longer to fit. Now that they have fresher tires, the gap in the lap time is bigger, so that it should be easier to make their time through traffic.
Now, Bubba Wallace, carrying the Toyota can, had a similar strategy. He was running 7th when he pitted. So getting a little coaching here.
We were talking about there in a commercial club. These guys now, they can race you on entry, they can race you on exit, unlike the old car, because these cars don't really get as loose underneath you. But if you stop that run on the inside car, you can break that pass from happening, and that's what he's talking about right there. If you're gonna make a pass, let's make it. Let's not waste our time underneath the car wearing our tire down.
The reason he's talking about it is that 5 car is getting bigger in the mirror, catching him, coming to the line. Gibbs brushed the wall at least 3 times during this run since he took the lead of this race. 13 to go in stage 1 at Darlington. We're going to take you Fox side by side.
Side-by-side commercial break on FS1, coming up on 12 laps to go in the first stage of the race. Currently, Ty Gibbs is leading by just 0.3 of a second over Kyle Larson in second. Brad Keselowski is 7.6 seconds back in third. William Byron 7.8 seconds back in fourth. And in fifth is Tyler Reddick 8 seconds off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. in sixth place is 8.2 seconds off the lead. Ty Gilliland with a great run in seventh is 10.2 seconds back. Denny Hamlin in 8th is 10.3 seconds off the lead. Chris Buescher 10.5 seconds back in 9th. And Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 10 at 11.6 seconds off the lead. That is the running order of the top 10 positions and the intervals between themselves and the race leader. Heavy lap traffic, though, right now for Ty Gibbs is playing into the hands of Kyle Larson to try to get the stage win. And in fact, Larson does take the race lead away from Ty Gibbs. So Larson out in front of the field. William Byron continuously going backwards. Reddick gets by him. Truex gets by him. Remember, Byron was the first of the lead cars to hit pit road, so his tires may be clipping a little earlier, and that is costing him in the back half of this run now as we have 10 to go in the stage. Same goes for Ty Gibbs, although Gibbs has built a pretty good gap over Keselowski on back, but not enough over to Larson, and Larson was able to overcome it and take the lead moments ago. And quickly drive out over a second ahead of Gibbs as well, so you can definitely tell Gibbs' car has absolutely clipped. And Kyle Larson is now out in front for the first time today at Darlington. Trying to go back-to-back. Big month of May for Larson. I mentioned after the win last weekend at Kansas, I said Kyle Larson's going to get 3 wins in the month of May, and I'm counting the Indy 500 in that. Obviously, Kansas would have been 1. Now, I called this after the Kansas race last weekend, but I knew there were some good tracks for him coming up with this one. He won at North Wilkesboro in the All-Star race last year. It's a good one for him. Mile and a half, so he's won 2 of them. That's where Charlotte and the 600 is, and the Indy 500, you just never know. So I do like Larson's chances to win at least 3 races in the month of May, and might go 2 for 2 here this weekend. He might win some dirt races on the side too, but I wasn't counting that. They're back from the commercial break now on FS1. The lead is just over 2 seconds between Larson and Gibbs at the top of the leaderboard. Showing the replay of Larson getting by Gibbs. Larson was able to use a lap car as a pick. 77 Hocevar was on the outside. Gibbs got really loose and might have actually brushed the wall as well in turns 3 and 4 at the spot in which the pass was made by Larson. We'll see if Gibbs can at least hold on to second for the end of the stage, maintain the track position, and keep all those stage points, which is vital because Gibbs, of course, does not have a win this season. But he is 8th in the point standings overall. Larson trying to get that 3rd win to match both his teammate William Byron and Denny Hamlin for the most. I'll tell you what, though. I know it's a different motorsports with the Indy 500 and IndyCar at the end of the month here for Kyle Larson. But if he gets a hot streak going, like he may end up brewing here with that win at Kansas last week, a win this week at Darlington, that could only help a driver, I would have to imagine, from a confidence level perspective. We'll see how it's going to go for him. We will be covering that Indy 500 right here on the channel. I did cover it last year too, so it's not just because Larson is running it. Make that an annual tradition to have live commentary of the Indy 500 every year for that race, even if or I should say, unless I go to it in person, which I did in 2022. But I don't plan on going there this year. I do want to go to the Brickyard 400 NASCAR race later this summer, so that could be a very high probability of one of the races I'll end up attending this season. Now here is what is interesting. Blaney pitted only 1 lap after Bubba Wallace, but Wallace has not been able to keep and maintain his long run speed up to the point where he is in 10th. Ryan Blaney just passed him for 9th. Wallace going to try the crossover move on Blaney into 1 and 2, but he's not going to be able to complete it. Blaney continues on the outside, and Blaney remains in 9th. So Ryan Blaney on this strategy has picked up the pace. Now Bubba Wallace on this strategy has actually net lost positions. He pitted only 1 lap before Blaney, but still he's not running as consistent of lap times this deep into the run as that 12 car. Blaney was the only one on the racetrack to run a 31-second lap time that last lap. Everybody else was in the 32s. Larson, the race leader, 32.7. 33.3 for Gibbs, 32.4s, 32.4s. So yeah, about a half a second quicker a lap here is Blaney and everybody else inside the top 10. Chevy leading the way, but only 2 of them are in the top 10, that being Larson and Byron for Hendrick Motorsports. And you have 3 Toyotas and 4 Fords and 4 Toyotas inside the top 10. As calculated there. And Denny Hamlin's kind of faded over this long run as well. He was one of the first cars to pit road. He cycled out of the pits in 7th. He is now back to 11th and not looking to get any stage points here in stage 1. Final lap of stage 1 now for Kyle Larson. He's got a 5-second lead over Ty Gibbs. Dominating on the interval chart, but these are the first laps he's led, so the laps led chart maybe not so dominant. But that's how fast he was on and off of pit road, the execution and the pit strategy of what lap to pit on, and maintaining those tires over the course of a very long run, which of course was very long for the drivers who pitted around lap 30. Having to go more than 50 laps on tires, almost 60 for some of them, including Kyle Larson, and Larson goes on to win stage 1 in his Terry Labonte throwback scheme. A little bit of a spoiler, my stage 2 brake diecast showing, I actually have that Terry Labonte diecast, Kellogg's from 1996. That will be the diecast showing for today's race, but again, that will be at the end of stage 2. Figure is fitting considering Larson was running that scheme, and it was personally my favorite scheme of the throwbacks this weekend. And now it's leading the race here through stage one. I feel like I really have to show it now, which I already planned on doing so beforehand anyway. Got over 100 people concurrently watching and 76 likes on the stream already. Greatly appreciate that, everyone. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. Our goal is to get to 150 likes on the stream. Last weekend's live commentary stream from Kansas was our most viewed and most liked stream of the season. So thank you so much for tuning in every NASCAR race weekend for these streams. Obviously, it was the closest finish in NASCAR history, which might have helped with the viewership there, but even still, after a rain delay like that, to have that is awesome. So greatly appreciate a lot of you tuning back in here through this weekend's live commentary streams, and we even had the return of NASCAR 07 on the channel a couple times this weekend as well. So it's been very busy. I do plan on doing more of that during the week going forward. Now I know a lot of you guys were wondering when we were going to get back to it. I didn't have a time frame for it, but I felt like now was going to be a good time, and it's not going to be necessarily everyday content, but a couple times a week at least with that, on top of obviously the live commentary streams on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays every week. So your stage one results: Kyle Larson wins the first stage. Ty Gibbs was second, about a 5-second gap between the top two. Brad Keselowski was third, Tyler Reddick fourth, and Martin Truex Jr. fifth. Todd Gilliland with a sixth place run in the stage. Chris Buescher, seventh. Ryan Blaney up to eighth. William Byron fell to ninth, and Bubba Wallace 10th. Now Byron was actually third in the running order with about 10, 11 laps to go in the stage. Fell all the way to ninth. Again, he was one of the first cars to pit road, and as a result of that, although he was able to get up to as high as second in the running order behind Gibbs when things first cycled out, ended up finishing well behind him and fell actually to ninth. Before the green flag pit stops, he was in sixth, I believe, so he net lost 3 positions with pitting when he did. Hamlin, one of the first ones to pit road, net lost 4 positions pitting when he did, so maybe you don't want to be the very first one on the pit road if you're going to pit around lap 30, 35, but you don't want to be the last one either. Although you could be the last one, it depends. I mean, Ryan Blaney was 17th before the pit stops, and he came out 8th, so he might be onto something. But if more drivers tried that strategy, he's not going to gain as much. So, yeah, we'll definitely have to see how the tire strategy goes on going forward. That has been the interesting part here of this first stage. Everybody only went one stop. We didn't see any didn't see any 2 stops in the first stage, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this all goes. Second pit stop's coming up, though.
Junior's pit crew has gone through a lot of changes over the last 2 years. Most recently, 3 weeks ago. Well, since they made that change, this team is gelling. They're getting more consistency. They're getting faster. So let's meet Team 19.
Lee Cunningham, tire changer, 19-year vet, 2-time NASCAR champion. I'd like to say Happy Mother's Day to my mom, Tracy, Janet, my beautiful Freddie. Mike Gloria, rear tire changer, former collegiate hockey player at Robert Morris University. CJ Bailey, tire changer from the Outer Banks. This thing running on. Caleb Nurse, Jack Math, former professional baseball player with the Atlanta Braves organization and Los Angeles Chargers organization. NASCAR coming up on 5 years. So my wife, Bethel, Terrell, Brewer, played football at Carson Newman College. It's my 17th year in the sport, 2-time Cup champion. Favorite trophies are at home. Special shout out to my wife, Happy Mother's Day, and my kids.
Quite a crew. Again, ready to go to work. The second stop of the day, and the first one under caution. James Small, of course, the crew chief. Drew Herring is the spotter. The Team 19. Now look at the bottom of that chart. Ryan Blaney and Bubba Wallace, those strategies paid off in stage one.
Well, don't think these crew chiefs
They didn't for Wallace.
But I want to go back to these pit crews.
They didn't for Wallace. Wallace was 7th before the pit stops, came out 10th, but Blaney was 17th, came out 8th. It is worth noting.
It's just been lights out in the 5 machine. Just it's a little bit loose. It's probably just a cycle like 15 laps. Let's watch the 19 crew go to work. Get to the right side. Truex Jr. says he's really loose. There's a little vibration too. Not sure what's going on, but it's certainly not hindering the speed. Regan.
Greg Keselowski, this run was way too free compared to the first run of the race. Said that his car took a pretty big swing there compared as he was telling the team what he needed in the 45. But Tyler Reddick was way tighter with the front of his car this run, and he did not gain any rear grip. He wants an adjustment.
Look at this, guys. 6 beat him out. 45 didn't have to move much. Where's he at? +3. That number 1 box. There it is, Kevin. Number 1 box.
21 feet. That's all it takes for Tyler Reddick to get that first position.
Again, paying off. Kyle Larson is your stage 1 winner.
Well, scored Keselowski winning the race off pit road, but I don't know if that was the case. It was very close at the time in its scoring line. Coming out of the pit lane, Reddick with that number 1 pit box almost got out in front of him. So we'll have to see as they're under the commercial break when our leaderboard updates exactly where everybody is going to be for this next race start. So stage 1 just concluded. Kyle Larson won the first stage. We'll see where he is coming out of the pits. He is not in 15th, like it shows on here. I can guarantee that. And we'll have to wait for our leaderboard to update. A little under an hour into the race to get this first stage in. You had a 400-mile scheduled distance today, 293 laps around this roughly 1 1/3 mile racetrack. No cautions in the first stage for incident. Our first caution is right now during the stage 1 break at lap 90. 95 laps in the second stage, so we'll be racing to lap 185 to the end of stage 2. At the end of stage 2, we got 3 things. 1, diecast showing. I kind of spoiled what diecast it is, but I didn't show it yet. 2, the poll that is open in the chat will close. So you have until the end of stage 2 to vote for who you think is going to win the race today. 130 of you have already voted. 48% saying somebody other than Larson, Byron, or Hamlin will win. Larson, who won stage 1, has 25% of the votes. Byron with 12%, Hamlin with 14%. And the third and last thing at the end of stage 2, if you're in the fantasy league, don't forget the fantasy lineups lock at the end of stage 2. So make sure to have your starting 5 set then. So Tyler Reddick did win the race out of the pits. I was going to say, it looked like it was Reddick. Fox's graphic had Keselowski, but Reddick did win the race out of the pits. He'll be the leader. And you got Brad Keselowski up there right with him. Ty Gibbs, Kyle Larson will be right around row 2. Then you got Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Blaney behind him. Blaney picked up another 2 spots on pit road. Then you got William Byron, Joey Logano. Logano in the top 10 for the first time. And then Bubba Wallace, Carson Hocevar, also in the top 10. Good run for Carson. Great pit stop for him as well. Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin. Just outside the top 10 for the race start as Buescher lost a few spots on pit road. 27 cars on the lead lap to begin stage 2, and Hocevar won the race out of the pits. So he had gotten the free pass. Now, Hocevar, I mentioned, was in 10th. He was actually getting the free pass. So he is not actually in 10th place. Apologize for that. Ty Gillen in the top dozen in replacement of Hocevar, and Hocevar will be at the tail end of the longest line for the restart. Well, they got Terry Labonte in the booth.
From red and yellow suits, was it a question which one of you is going to climb in that race car? No, there's no question. I think I got the right man behind the wheel today, yeah. What a thrill to have you back here, man. It's so awesome, and Rick Hendrick and Hendrick Motorsports, I can't thank them enough for doing this throwback car. It's going to be the coolest one I've seen in all the years they've done. And Kyle, he does a great job every weekend, everywhere he goes. So it's really fun to watch.
We've been talking about just the paint scheme and all the Hendrick car paint schemes, and you look at their program. It's no wonder that they run so good. They have the best marketing scheme. They got the best driver.
They got
all the same cars. I mean, it's gonna be fun. But talk to us about Darlington. Where did this rank on your favorites list?
It was really one of my favorites. I guess ran my first race here. I won my first race here. I won my last race here. The only difference is if I'd have known that was my last race, I'd have quit then. But so it's always been a special place. I've always loved to come down here. It's a tough racetrack. I think I hold the record for how many years between wins, but it's always been fun to come down here. Well, let's show you a stat here of drivers who have won in their 200th start, and half of those are standing right here.
Well, you know what that means, Terry. We're both old.
Well, I'm older
Yeah.
than you, but
Well, it's as you look at that list, it takes 200 starts to figure out what you're doing. You won in your first start at Darlington, and you look back at Ross Chastain. He talks about everything that this racetrack means to him. What's it been like this week as you've gone through everything? Most importantly, when did this all start?
I knew they were trying to do a throwback of the old Kellogg's car, and there's some copyright things. And, a lot of times the sponsors own the paint scheme copyrights, and so they finally got that worked out. And I knew they had been working on it. And I didn't think nothing of it, and went down there to race a few weeks ago, and they unveiled the car, and I'm like, oh my! I thought it was a special car, but I didn't realize it was that one.
Well, Terry, it's awesome having you up here in the booth, but we got work to do, and I want you to stay right here and help me call this. Because Kevin, man, he gets grouchy.
Oh God! Out here.
All right, green flag is going to be back in the air. We'll begin stage 2 in the Goodyear 400 at Darlington as we have Tyler Reddick and Brad Keselowski on the front row once again. Just as they were the initial start of the race, and just as they were, Reddick is the control car. Keselowski not as good of a restart this time, although Reddick clear for the lead once again, just as he was before. Near contact for second between Ty Gibbs and Brad Keselowski off the exit of the corner. Gibbs almost got into the wall. Had to lift a little bit. That allowed Keselowski to have his momentum to the inside lane into 3, but not clear to be able to make the move up to the outside. Gibbs going to carry his momentum off the top and try to make a run at second place again into turn 1. Keselowski on that bottom groove, not going to win the battle. Ty Gibbs to second. So Reddick and Gibbs, 1-2 at the front of the field for Toyota. Another Toyota of Truex gets to 4th on the restart. Ryan Blaney in 6th, maintaining where he was out of the pits. And Kyle Larson, who won stage 1, has now fallen to 5th. Lost a couple spots on pit road and lost another on the restart. Martin Truex Jr., Brad Keselowski now side by side for 3rd. Truex not going to be able to make the pass on the 6th. The 19 pulls up in front of the 5 as Larson closes after that failed pass attempt by Truex. Again, 27 cars on the lead lap. Austin Dillon currently the first car, 1 lap down in that battle. Still no cautions for incident. Near contact off turn 4 between Larson and Truex as they battle for 4th place. Larson on the inside, Truex was on the top. Truex carried the momentum to be able to stay clear. And just being side by side for that one corner allowed Keselowski to pull away a few more car lengths. Gibbs is closing in on Reddick at the very front of the field for the lead. Top 2 are over a second ahead of 3rd on back. Blaney running the bottom lane of the racetrack through 3 and 4. Top lane being ran by Joey Logano, William Byron just behind him. Maybe try to gain a little bit more ground there. Chase Elliott, after starting the race in 31st, has only gotten up to the 23rd place position. So he's lost some ground there. And Kyle Busch, who qualified in the middle of the pack, has fallen back to 24th, is where he currently runs. So those are maybe the biggest mover, the biggest loser of the race so far. Ty Gilliland had gained 9 positions from his. Lost a handful of spots on pit road, now is back to 11th. And Busch has now fallen to 26 as he continues to go backwards on this restart. Eric Jones and Justin Haley going to get by him. Now he's the last car on the lead lap of those that finished on the lead lap at the end of the last stage. Hocevar would be the only one on the lead lap behind him who had to restart behind all the lap cars because he had gotten a free pass. And Busch got up against the wall on the outside lane through 1 and 2, which is why he lost those couple extra positions that last lap. They ran pretty tightly with Eric Jones underneath them as they were battling side by side. There was no contact between the 2 race cars, though. Tough weekend for Kyle Busch so far at Darlington. Made his first career truck start at Darlington, and he also had his first career last place finish in the Truck Series. In that race, got in a wreck on lap 2. Battling for the lead early with Corey Himes, spun off turn 2. No contact in that battle and hit that bump coming out of turn 2 where the patch is, and around he went. Nosed his left front into the inside wall. Then eventually ended up cutting the right front tire down about a dozen laps later, bringing out the next caution for right front tire failure, and that caused him to pull into the garage after the fact. So Gibbs was closing on Reddick for a few laps there. Now the lead's back out to 1 second for Reddick over Gibbs all of a sudden. And Truex, after he was put from heavy pressure from both Truex and Larson in the early couple laps of this stage, Keselowski's kind of pulled away from those two at least a little bit as he maintains in third. The top 5 on the leaderboard in their intervals from race leader Tyler Reddick. Reddick obviously leading. Ty Gibbs second, 1 second off the lead. Brad Keselowski's 1.9 seconds back in third. Fourth place is Martin Truex Jr. He's 2.4 seconds off the lead. And Kyle Larson's 2.8 seconds back. That is the top 5. Average race speed to this point, 136.48 miles per hour. Just over an hour into the race. Only caution was the lap 90 stage 1 break. No cautions for incident. Most laps led so far is Tyler Reddick, the pole sitter. He has led 52 stages, so he's got the first playoff point today. Ty Gibbs has led 34 laps throughout the first stage. Post green flag pit stops, he cycled out into the lead. And during the green flag pit stops, Ryan Blaney led 1 lap. Bubba Wallace led 6. Brad Keselowski led 1 lap in this race as well, which I believe would have been on pit road during the pit stops during the stage break. He had crossed the start-finish line before everybody else, so technically got credited with the lap led there. And as a result of that, we have had 6 different drivers lead 1 lap in the race, and we've had 6 lead changes as well. Only driver to lead twice is Reddick, who of course started the race with the lead as he qualified on the pole. Larson was my pick to win. He's currently in 5th. The pick for you guys in the chat to win is still somebody other than Larson, Byron, and Hamlin. 49% of the 138 votes has that pick. 25% of the 138 votes says Kyle Larson will win. And 13% say Hamlin and Byron. And you have until the end of stage 2 to vote. And I believe you can change your vote if you so choose as well. 91 likes on the stream so far. Goal is 150. You're listening live on KRC to the Goodyear 400 at Darlington. Larson has won the most stages so far this season. Credited with that stage 1 win, he now has 7 stage wins already this year. Nobody else in the field has more than 3. Hamlin has 3, and everybody else behind Hamlin and Larson in the stage win category has 2 or less. So 7 stage wins already in less than 13 completed races for Kyle Larson. I don't know what the record is for the most stage wins in a season. I think Truex has it from his 2017 season, if I'm not mistaken. I think he had 13 that year. And Larson's already at 7. I could be wrong on that. That might have just been the regular season stat that year for Truex, but still. Larson could get more than that in the regular season. He's already over halfway there.
Now, here at Darlington, 113 is complete. The leader, and Reddick has a very interesting scheme. Daytona 500 consolation race in a car with this paint scheme. Terry Labonte's with us. You raced against him.
I did.
What was he like?
Well, he was a character, I'll tell you that. But he was one heck of a race car driver. And when he was driving for Hendrick Motorsports, I mean, they were really awesome. You know, they ran well and won a bunch of races. And yeah, he was quite a competitor.
Came from IndyCar, came to NASCAR. Very flamboyant. Had a lot of fun. Reddick's rocking the mustache. The mustache? Yeah. I guess these kids call it Muzzy these days. Mustache? Yes.
Yeah. Kyle Reddick's looks like a Luigi.
That's what you called him yesterday. Yeah. Mario Kart?
Yeah. Okay. Or Mario Brothers to get some.
Right.
When you grew up.
Stop. had a vibration. He just wasn't sure what was going on. Well, I went down and checked out the tires. The left rear pretty used up, and they let him know. And he said, "Yep, I knew there was something going on." So that's good news. They found out what the issue was. I also looked at other teams. Larson's were good. 24 William Iron. Really good thing on the left rear, but overall pretty good race.
Let's switch back to 10 after starting third earlier today, but had to take a double take on some of the comments he had for his team on the last pit stop. His team that he was too tight at the end of the run. That is about the only car that I've heard saying that all day long on a day when everybody is struggling for rear trip. Chris Buescher looking for a little bit more front turn, so keep an eye on that as the day progresses.
Thanks, Regan. Spring race leader, title record.
You still want to drive this car off the regular. You can't do that anywhere that we go. You want to have a little bit of wheel into it. What was the word you used earlier? Snug? Snug. Right. Yeah, you want the car to be a little bit snug because the rear tires are going to fall off. And I think when we were talking about Truex there earlier and those left rear tires, I really think a lot of those left rear tires are from the guys that run low too long. And it slides, and this car is hard to get rotated, and it slides the back and tears up the tires quicker.
Terry, how did you manage balance here in the 90s?
Oh gosh,
Did you like the car?
it's about neutral really. But you really have to start with it a little bit on the tight side, you know. But then after you ran a while, then it would, get to the neutral stage. So you couldn't start too tight, but sure didn't want to start loose either because you're going to wear the back tires on the bottom.
I always thought one of the more interesting things when we came here because the cars used to fall off more than they do now on the old surface. It'd be 4 seconds, 3-4 seconds.
A lot of tire under these cars.
Well, there's a lot of tire and it's been repaved since then, but with the old pavement, qualifying was always breathtaking here. It still is, but I always found it to be a little bit more breathtaking because of you really only got one lap out of the tires.
Yeah, that was it, one lap, and the tires were so fast for that lap. And then when you came in and made a pit stop under green, I mean, you were so much faster. The guys that stayed out there, and it was a big difference. It was crazy.
Double the horsepower. Don't forget that.
Don't talk about horsepower, son.
Larry back.
Hey, tell those two guys sitting beside you. The 80s and 90s, we didn't have downforce in the front. We actually had lift.
Got Nemechek around on the front straightaway, guys. Facing the wrong way in that Lee Petty 1956 Dodge Tribute car. John Hunter Nemechek was running 17th at the time of the spin. This is the second caution of the day. It comes at lap 121.
Right front tires now, Kevin. Right front tires gone. Rear right front, rear right front.
Yes.
There it is. Well, as we see so many times this year, when the tires start to get worn, when you try to get a little bit too much and you think you can just ride it out, this car will just snap around on you and spin out. That's exactly what happened right there.
Yeah, I think the right front blew when he was sliding. So
Yeah,
the wheels.
it was just like Kyle Busch last week, right? Like you just get to a certain point and that car just snaps around and spins out.
I'm so glad you said that. Savior to Kyle Busch. He was on the brink of having to go a lap down here. This saved teams like him.
Now, he was in the free pass position. Of course, is ineligible since it's Nemechek that brought out the caution. Or, let's double check that. Scoring saying that the 3 Austin Dillon will get the free pass. Nemechek had been in the free pass position, but apparently the 3 got past him before that caution came out. Josh Berry, good run here, up to 13th after starting 33rd, showing good speed. Stuart Hosmer.
Yeah, I saw Rodney Childers talk about his long run speed on X last night. He wasn't lying. That car has definitely marched forward all day.
See a lot of skinned up right rear quarter panels as we're watching these cars come by us, guys. More than half the field has touched that wall, Terry, or time for 2 or 10.
Easy to do here.
Yeah, and if you don't do it in today's world, they almost say you're not trying hard enough because of the car's durability with that right side.
Look at that wall. They used pit here on both the front stretch and the back stretch. The field would be split in half, say here in Martinsville, as it still is at Crystal. But John Hunter Nemechek is going to have to drive 1 3/8 miles to get to pit road and come all the way around as long as he's got a couple tires up to do so. I don't think
I think he's at the end of pit road trying to get on the pit road. I think he's stuck now.
Yeah.
He's from our vantage point stuck behind the
Which was on pit road speed again in the lap. So pit road is still closed, and we'll see what happens. Weekend for Brad Keselowski started up front here, currently running third. Let's meet the crew of car number 6 for Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing.
I'm Johnny Roberts, tire changer. This is my 14th season on the pit road. 2023 Most Valuable Pit Crew Award for my husband, Deshay, and father to my son, Lane, and my little princess, Grace. Steve Price, rear tire changer. Won a race in every series of NASCAR and the 2023 fastest NASCAR pit crew in the world. Tobin McClurkin, tire carrier, Daytona 500 champion, series champion. I want to give shout out to my beautiful wife. Love you, girl. Go Birds. Dustin linebacker, Jack Mann, former ECU and UFL linebacker, 2-time Xfinity Series champion, 2014 Daytona 500 winner, 2023 Most Valuable Pit Crew Award winner, and proud husband and father to Amy and Gibson. Brad Robinson, gas man, former football player at Portland State, defensive line, 18 years in the sport. Would like to give a shout out to my wife, Lauren, and 3 girls, Peyton, Collins, and Corey.
And the crew chief, Matt McCall, 3 career wins. He's crew chief for Brad since 2022. Spotter up on the route, TJ Majors.
imagine having a last name like linebacker and then being a linebacker.
Of course, what else?
Maybe
What else you got?
if we'd have named you Clint Winter Boyer, you would have.
Jesus.
Funny. Chris Myers gave that to me. Was that not a good one?
Myers is terrible. Don't ever listen to it.
Again.
Let's just say, be lucky you're the race car driver. If you have nothing left.
Oh man.
Thank God.
Get right. There's a path for getting rough up here, Terry.
Yeah,
Got to defend yourself or be on, and you have to be on the offense. But otherwise, you have to defend yourself.
John Hunter Nemechek's car has been almost to his pit stall, where it may kind of impede Chase Elliott right behind him, William Byron right in front of him just a little bit. They won't open pit road until that wrecker is clear. Here's the forward onboard camera for Harrison Burton. Burton started scratch on the field today.
See Ryan Priest and United Rentals onboard cam there. He's got his winning modified paint scheme on championship modified paint scheme on his car this weekend.
Yeah, the owner of that car, Eric Sanderson, is here as his guest. Ricky Stenhouse. He is carrying the Oscar Mayer cam. Don't call it the Wienermobile. Okay, go ahead.
It's the Wienermobile.
Here's the Brad Keselowski radio. It's time. We mentioned the Nemechek car. It's not impeding anybody. It's just square right in the middle of his box. And the wrecker has gone back to its station and out of the way.
These boys have been on it. Keselowski Company. See if they can hold suit here.
Well, they're going to have to deal with Reddick. He's got the lead and the first pit stall, so he'll be tough to beat off pit road.
Gibbs right behind him. Keselowski third. Jamie.
Ty Gibbs a little too loose. They're going to tighten him up. The call is to take air pressure rear tires to help him hang on a little bit longer. Meanwhile, his teammate, Martin Truex Jr., gets a lateral slide. Not bad, especially over the bumps. He said it's certainly manageable. Air pressure adjustment there. Regan.
Right, Keselowski been battling a car that's too loose on the long runs. The same thing this run, asking the team to keep the rears on it longer for him. It was going bad at the end of that run. In the 45 of Tyler Reddick took it. Wants to be a little bit tighter taken off this time. It was neutral at the end of the run. That means it was good for him.
Might have been a little contact between Blaney and Larson as another car tried to clear out of its pit box. And again, Reddick handling the race leader.
Wasn't even close this time.
Larson didn't have a good stop.
125 laps complete under caution in Darlington.
First incidental caution of the race today, and it is for John Hunter Nemechek spinning off of turn 4. So as that being a result, Nemechek is back in to pit road after getting towed there because of multiple flat tires. The right front and the left rear was down. And that was after the spin. He had spun due to a loss of control. And then the two tires, the right front, the left rear, went flat mid-slide when the brakes were locked. Free pass went to Austin Dillon, so we're back to 27 cars on the lead lap. When we get back to racing, and Tyler Reddick won the race off of pit road, he'll be the leader. 125 laps in out of a 293 lap race today. And again, this is the first caution for incident. So we went caution free in stage 1. Everybody pitted just now. And I don't think this is the last pit stop of the stage. There's a good chance that everybody else will be pitting one more time yet in stage 2. And I would imagine to be towards the halfway point of the run from now to get to the end of the stage. Maybe we'll see some sort of pit strategy as to maybe driver will pit like 20 laps into the run versus 30 plus. Who knows? We'll have to see how this all works out. I'd say you'll probably see less strategy in stage 2 with this caution than what we saw in stage 1 from Blaney and Wallace running as long as they did. Jeremy Granger Jr., NASCAR Vintage 17 Easy Network. William Wiley, thanks for tuning into the stream. TRG Tornado, welcome as well. Under yellow because Nemechek has spun. E180 Techno, thanks for tuning into the stream. My dog Fulton, Arena Sayre, thanks for tuning into the stream. Kenneth Clark, welcome back. Yep, happy Mother's Day. Amaranth Horn, thanks for tuning in. There is no Valvoline throwback scheme this weekend. I did not see one, at least for the Cup race. Maybe there could have been for the Truck or Xfinity races, but there is... If they would have been, it wouldn't have been an actual Valvoline sponsor with it, but... Yeah, no Valvoline throwback scheme this weekend. Nathan Powers also welcome into the stream. We're at 97 likes, so be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Our goal is to get to 150. Next weekend is the North Wilkesboro All-Star Race. It'll be a packed weekend of events. And we will have live commentary streams Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now, it's only the Truck and Cup Series next weekend. Xfinity is off, so if you're wondering why there are streams Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, well, here is the schedule for the Cup Series next weekend. Which I actually might not be able to get on... Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get it on the screen. I'll have to look it up on my phone. I had it earlier. So I guess more on that a little bit later in the stream. But essentially practice for the All-Star Race. There's a full session for Open and for the actual All-Star Race drivers, as well as qualifying for the Open and qualifying for the heat races on Saturday is all on Friday. So that we will be streaming Friday from North Wilkesboro. Saturday streams will be those heat races as well as the truck race and, of course, the All-Star Open and the All-Star Race on Sunday. But 3 live commentary day streams next weekend and all Cup coverage on all 3 days. Back to racing, though, here in Stage 2. Reddick Keselowski on the front row again. 6 of Keselowski going a little bit wide, and he maybe makes some contact there with Ty Gibbs in the center of the corner. They stacked up behind him. Blaney's in the wall, and a couple cars get into the back of him. Everybody's scattering. Blaney's still against the wall, and I believe he has a toe length break.
This is almost an identical situation that Truex was in last year. In the middle right there, he gets loose. Moves up the racetrack, and Blaney gets in the fence.
Got squeezed a little bit by Byron.
And Truex was
Dang.
trying to back out. You'll see it on
My
the
guy.
replay here. He was trying to back out, but he's tore up too.
As soon as he backed out, it looked like it got loose. Tore up race cars. Let's watch from the Goodyear blimp. Watch William Byron. He's the one that gets the run here. Goes to the inside as he gets into 3, gets a 3 wide.
You see that 12 car get to the outside of the 19, and then, Byron just Yeah, they just all came together right there. We talked about it in the beginning of the show. I think that 17 car is going to have some damage on the front end too.
Possibly that gap, that splitter, right? You said that in the pre-race show, Kevin. Cannot if that separation.
See Byron just come on in just a little bit, gets into the side of Truex. Truex was trying to back out, but
Big hit for Blaney.
17, yeah. 17 is going to have that front end damage like you're talking about.
Just watch from Bubba Wallace. It may have more damage than we thought.
You can definitely see those cars make side-to-side contact pretty hard. And this is that back.
Bit of a pause there. Got some buffering on.
Balance that we're talking
There
about,
we go.
right? You see William all the way down on the bottom. The 12 gets to the clips. Team sits him down, opens the door for Byron. They all know how important it is to get the track position, and right here, somebody's going to have to lift, and nobody does, and they wreck. Yeah, Blaney's done.
He hit hard. You see his front end's messed up too. Even they get him back out, he's not going to have much speed in that car. Got Truex on pit road. Here's Blaney's radio. I can understand that frustration, Kevin. Terry, how about this? You answer that, Terry. Let's put the pressure on you.
Yeah, well, it got a little tight down there. That's a tough place to ride.
While I was watching the left side tires on Byron's car, he did a really good job of trying to keep that car right on the bottom of the racetrack. And then right at the exit, he came up a little. Blaney came down just a little. Truex is stuck in the middle. Here we are.
Yeah, and that's the tough part. You know that you can't give up anything on the restarts with these cars and everything that is happening. You have to be aggressive on the restarts. You got that new asphalt off the exit of turn 2 over there. You know it's got good grip, but it channels down to such a narrow lane right there, and the way that corner kind of grabs you and rips you around that new asphalt, it puts everybody in a vulnerable position. So it's a spot to be in, but identical way that this race ended last year from our Truex.
Display of turn number 2 on the restart. Caution ensues. Damage to Blaney's car. We're under caution.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Blaney to continue following that incident. I don't know necessarily that Buescher and Truex have too much damage on their cars. Truex definitely came onto pit road. They had to kind of tape the hood back shut as it kind of popped open a little bit on the left side towards the left front fender of the car. So trying to get that sealed for aerodynamics, not to get too much airflow underneath there. He is going to be towards the back now after running top 5 the whole day. Ryan Blaney, after a great stage 1, is running in 6th on the restart. Obviously, he's probably going to get taken out. They're trying to fix the toe link brake in the right rear on that race car right now. I don't know if they're going to be able to beat the damaged vehicle policy clock. If he's not able to clear the DVP clock, then he will end up with a last place finish. And as for Chris Buescher involved in the incident, I don't know if he's actually made a pit stop yet. He still scored an 8th. Kyle Larson and Bubba Wallace made side-to-side contact with one another as they were trying to miss the incident. I don't think they have too much damage. They have not pitted yet either. Say if it ain't too broke, don't fix it. We'll have to see when we get back to racing here if there is much damage on the 17, the 5, and the 23. More of a chance that there would be on the 17 because he hit the back of the 19 pretty hard. Could be a hole in the nose. We'll have to wait and see. Definitely didn't crush. It didn't hit him that hard. Joey Logano missed it, and he's all the way up to 5th. Didn't even realize that. First time he's broke into the top 5 today. And Tyler Reddick's led every lap of stage 2 so far. Done a masterful job on the restarts, and he's led the most laps today from the pole. 76 laps led, and counting for Reddick.
Wendy's orange dreams go frosty.
Never mind. That's a Wendy's commercial. I thought they were going to get back to the race there. Yep, there we go. Had to fast forward.
interesting today. The teams coming off of the race cars. And I want you to take a look at these ones right here. This would be the right front, left rear, left rear. The left rear tires are actually what is wearing the most on these cars today. We don't oftentimes see that. That's interesting. Big part of why we're hearing all this talk about losing rear grip. But as a driver, that is a great thing. And these are Brad Keselowski's tires that came off his car a stop ago.
Regan, this caution, a good break for the wave around on the stage brake. Derek Kraus on the last caution. Derek Kraus and Daniel Hemrick, they pitted this caution, and they're on the lead laps. Now as Ryan Preece gets the free pass on this third caution of the day. There's the chance. There's some damage.
Yeah, that was a tough shape right there. That big ding.
Ryan Park.
You're going to check out of it. That's what, Kevin, you were alluding to it. He lifted his day late and $1 short. He got squeezed, got put in a bad spot. Massive frustration with him and Blaney on that outside. There's other cars that got damaged. That Larson's car's tore up a little bit. He lost a couple positions, and the 11 of Denny Hamlin got word that he's got some nose damage.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing you don't want to happen. You don't want that nose damage. You don't want that nose to get separated from the splitter.
All right, you see the 12 headed for the garage. They have exceeded the time allotted under NASCAR's damaged vehicle policy to make the so,
I think he's going to show his displeasure right here. He wanted to, Kevin.
Remember their
Yeah, and he's obviously frustrated. And
future
it's
brother-in-law is
definitely
there.
that you want to end your day. But those guys have had a little bit of a frustrating season. Had good speed today and thought that he was having one of his better days.
That'll be an interesting Thanksgiving. All right, here we go. Green flag back in the air. Got Tyler Reddick, Brad Keselowski on the front row again, as they have been for every restart thus far. Side by side for the lead initially. As long as Keselowski is able to hold on to the bottom lane on the restart, he's really squeezing Ty Gibbs, trying to force him to get out of the gas. So they make near contact, still door to door for second into turn 3. Gibbs on that outside lane is going to have an advantage if Keselowski can't clear him here. Brad could not. 3 wide, a little further back. Around Joey Logano, Bubba Wallace. And it looked like Kyle Larson. All battling for position back there. Wallace and Logano still side by side as they drive on. Tyler Reddick over a half a second ahead of Gibbs, who is still not clear for second. Brad Keselowski's done a great job staying door to door with the 54 car as long as he has. And finally, Gibbs is clear after almost 2 laps of running side by side. Brad going to give it another run into turn 1. And Gibbs still stays out in front of him. William Byron in 4th now going to try to attack on the 6 of Keselowski. An all-star race at North Wilkesboro Speedway next Sunday night. We will have coverage for the NASCAR Open at 5:30 Eastern Time next Sunday and 8 p.m. Eastern for the all-star race. There'll be 2 separate streams next weekend, as there's going to be about an hour and a half or so of down period time between the races. So we will have 2 separate streams, with the Open and the all-star race. We will stream the heat races Saturday night as well as the truck race Saturday afternoon for North Wilkesboro action next weekend. I will also be streaming Friday's full 50-minute practice session with qualifying for the Open and the All-Star Heat races also taking place Friday night. So all that action can be live commentary streamed on the channel next week, and we will have 5 live commentary streams in total next week for North Wilkesboro Speedway. The following weekend, we will also have 5 live commentary streams, as we will have the Coke 600, the Indy 500, of course, on that Sunday of Memorial Day weekend, and I will have live commentary for the NASCAR Xfinity and NASCAR Truck Series races that weekend, as well as Cup practice qualifying Saturday. So, yeah, a lot of streaming here over the next couple of weeks on the channel. A busy end of month of May, and we'll have some of the video game stuff during the week from time to time as well. As far as Tyler Reddick's lead goes, he's up over 0.8 of a second ahead of Ty Gibbs after Gibbs won the battle on Keselowski. Keselowski's over a second and a half off the lead with Larson in 4th right behind him. Larson got by Byron a couple laps ago for that 4th place position, so it doesn't seem like the 5 cars hurt too badly with that contact that was made between him and Wallace. Walsh has fallen back to the 10th place position on the race start. He has lost 4 spots. And Josh Berry, newcomer into the top 10, up in 9th place. First time he's been in the top 10 so far today. Almost halfway home at the Darlington Raceway in the Goodyear 400. Again, a 9/10 of a second lead for Tyler Reddick over Ty Gibbs in second. Brad Keselowski's 1.7 seconds back in third. Kyle Larson is 3 seconds back in fourth. William Byron, 3.5 seconds off the lead in fifth. Joey Logano at 6, 3.8 seconds off the lead. Denny Hamlin, 4.4 seconds back at 7th. Chris Buescher, 8th, 4.6 seconds back. Josh Berry, as mentioned, is in 9th place. He's 5.3 seconds off the leader. And Bubba Wallace is 5.6 seconds back in 10th. So that's the increments in the top 10 positions behind the leader, Reddick, who is going to be approaching 100 laps led in this race very soon. He's at 86 laps led and counting. Great day for Reddick so far. Slipped back towards the back half post green flag pit stops in stage 1, but he has found himself back in the lead after his crew had won in the race off pit road to begin stage 2, and Reddick's done a masterful job on every restart so far today, not spinning the tires and getting out of turns 1 and 2 clear with the lead every single time. Hasn't even been side by side for the lead down the backstretch once on a restart today. And he's restarted as the control car every single time. Fastest car on the racetrack that last lap was still Reddick as well. Then Gibbs, then Byron, then Larson and Keselowski. Actually, I should say then Larson and Logano in 6th. We're all faster. Of those in the very top portion of the field, Berry ran a 30.529 that last lap. 2 laps ago now, a 38 that last lap. But Tyler Reddick, fastest car on the racetrack early in the run, showed great short run speed back in the first stage of the race. So no surprise in the race starts that we've had here. And because of not many green flag laps in the second stage so far with the couple cautions we've had, it's only panned out that much better for Reddick also. I mean, really, he held on to the lead all the way through that first tire stint before he pitted at lap 38. Because he pitted after leading the first 37 laps of the race. Keselowski was all over his back bumper at the end of that run, but he didn't pass him yet. The only reason he didn't come out with the race lead initially following the pit stops is because he had several drivers pit within a few laps before him. Hence the reason why Larson, Byron, Gibbs all got out ahead of him during those green flag stops. So that's the position where when you're leading at a track like Darlington, where you're at a disadvantage coming into green flag stops if you have drivers within a couple seconds of you. Especially as the lap times have fallen off as much as they have. Seen about a second of fall off over this current tire stint, which we began the stage on the restart. We were at about lap 8, I think. The very first restart, and then we saw pit stops after the Nemechek caution. And then because of the yellow with Ryan Blaney happened on the first lap after that restart, nobody pitted for tires there. By the way, Ryan Preece got the free pass with the Ryan Blaney incident off turn 2 at lap 128. And again, Blaney is out of the race today. The only driver that is DNF'd so far, as that team did not pass through that damaged vehicle policy clock. So as a result, again, Ryan Blaney is out for the day. 29 cars are on the lead lap. And we are about halfway home, 147 laps down, 146 still to go in the Goodyear 400 at the Darlington Raceway. You're listening live on KRC. Take a quick ad break here, continue our live commentary coverage on the other side. Once again, be sure to like, comment in the chat throughout the course of this stream. I'm paying attention. Seth Thomas, thanks for tuning in as well. Sean Murphy saying that the 6 of Brad Keselowski will win today. Easy Network saying that Haley's in the top 20. Yes, he is. 19th. Good run for Justin Haley. Rick Ware Racing Car. Good run for Noah Gregson in 15th, by the way. Remember, he started dead last. Gregson started dead last in 36 and is up to 15th. That's 21 positions gained from the start of the day. And also shout out to Todd Gillen, who was 6th at the end of stage 1. He's currently 13th now. So he's lost several spots on the last couple of pit stops. The first 2 of the race, really. First 2 pit stops under caution in the race, I should say. He didn't lose many spots during green flag pit stops, but caution pit stops he did. 1.6 second lead for Tyler Reddick. 2 Toyotas at the front, then you have a Ford and 2 Chevys in the top 5. These 2 Chevys are the only 2 in the top 10. 4 Fords, 4 Toyotas in the top 10 total. And boy, you're talking to some people camping in the infield. Not live as we speak. It was recorded. Pre-recorded interview with some people camping in the infield, as they do every weekend with the Fox broadcasts. Top 5 in the running order has not changed through the green flag stops. So during the commercial break, Josh Berry passed Chris Buescher for 8th. That was the only position change in the top 10 during that stretch.
Behind there, Joey Logano.
Well, Mike, a much-needed good day for Joey Logano right now. I spoke to Paul Wolf before the race. They actually had a little backtracking. Went back to a setup that they ran here last year instead of the stuff that they have been working on this year. Said we just needed to hit the reset button a little bit and figure some things out here that appears to be working. The work for Joey at the moment, just a little bit on the tight side, but they are gaining on it. He likes the direction they're going with the 22 today.
Right, 6th place for Logano. Now, Denny Hamlin in 7th has not left today, as we mentioned. Josh Berry, great throwback scheme on Berry's car. Eddie Childers, his crew chief, drove a late model to a bunch of wins in that exact graphic scheme, and they surprised Rodney with it at the Stewart Hall shops.
I like this thing for Josh Berry with the circumstances of the race and taking care of your car and managing your tires, and that's very late model stock cars tour type of race that Josh Berry can manage everything. And you see a picture of Rodney in victory lane here with this car that they're replicating today.
Choose vacation. Go ahead. You're saying this is very Berry.
Very Berry.
From a team here with pretty good, standard baseline setup the Kevin gave. You had a good run here last year.
We did, yeah. We ran well at this race last year. I think we finished 2nd. But the last one won and got the
Chris Buescher started 3rd. Currently ninth. He was involved in one of those dust-ups. You see the damage there on the right front corner of his car. That skirmish at lap 129.
Got the hood pushed up as well.
Right behind him, Bubba Wallace, rounding out the top 10, was also part of that at lap 129. And behind him at 11th, the Briscoe sprint car scheme, Chase Briscoe. Here's Regan.
It's been a good steady day for Chase Briscoe so far. The biggest issue, though, for Chase is the fact that his car falls out of the track more than other guys around him. Said he just feels like as the run goes on, he doesn't have as much to lean on as other guys do as he's trying to save it. So because of that, Pritchard Boswell, every lap, almost every single corner has been on the radio, coaching him up and telling him exactly what he wants him to do with the throttle and helping him out based on what he's seeing from the data on the pit box, JB.
Coach Chastain back in the 12th spot hasn't made up a whole lot of ground. I talked to the team before the race today. They said, we were a little tighter yesterday in practice and qualifying. We feel like it would have been better. The car wasn't bad. Well, bad news, he's too tight. And that has been the story since the drop of the green flag. Just finding him back there would love to be freed up just a little bit, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. Gilliland, back in 4th. For him so far.
Been impressive this year with that car.
There's his scheme.
For this weekend. That was his 15 cars late model. His first win of that series.
Yeah, Todd's had a solid year, and week after week, we've been able to say his name. You see his teammate right there, Michael McDowell, talking about him going to Spire Motorsports next year, and those guys have put together a decent day today. Got his Long John Silver's throwback scheme there.
There's a little turn up on the side and on the hood. I don't know what year that's from.
I know it, Grex. All the way up to 15th place. This is dead last, man. Started all the way in the trunk, come up through. He's rolling. Look at this. Not a bad day progression so far.
Let's go to the garage, Jamie.
Ryan Blaney involved in that last caution. The radio saw you kind of drive up the track toward the 24. Obviously, you're frustrated. What happened from your perspective that puts your day at an end?
I mean, I was just mad I ended up fast and wrecked, and they shoved it 3 wide under us, and just got tied off of 2, and I got tagged and ended up getting wrecked, and so yeah, just he just have a little more racetrack than I thought, so couldn't have every right to be mad. So and he gets away scot-free. So just unfortunate. I thought we got pretty good. We finally got up to 6th and really made good ground up in the first stage. Had a good pit stop and Maytag and our Sport Mustang. I thought was like we had something to work with, and I was excited to start the second half of the race and just didn't get that chance. But appreciate the 12 guys for really improving from practice and qualifying. We got a lot better, and hopefully we can take this and learn for the future.
Second day of the season so far for Ryan Blaney.
Dang, we had it calm down. As blood pressure calmed down, the vitals look good. Rolls out, season replay, right back to Matt.
All right, so we got smoke. The 71 of Zane Smith's around on the front stretch now, and the caution flag is out again for the 4th time today, and our 3rd for incident here in stage 2. 22 to go in stage 2 as well.
Flag number 4. In that throwback K&K, Dave Marcus, K&K Insurance, North Trauskopf.
Oh, he knows the wall too.
Marcus got his first win in the Old Dominion 500 Martinsville in 1975 with that paint scheme on that slick-looking Dodge Charger. Beautiful car. K&K's still around. They still insure a lot of racetracks in the country.
Yeah, I've definitely paid them a few dollars through the years. Right. I'm sure you guys have as well.
Free pass in the 21. AMR safety team quickly on the scene there for Smith.
This will be interesting. This is going to be a short run here. You're going to have to obviously put tires on. We've seen how aggressive these guys have started to be on the restarts, and now you're going to have to be super aggressive, and you can be super aggressive because you don't have to go 40, 50 laps on a set of tires. So this is when you could get yourself in trouble. Let's see what happens.
See him get loose back there all by himself, guys. Trying to stay out of the wall, spun around, gets into the inside wall. Caution. Easy to do here.
Yeah, and that exit of turn 4 with where he was all the way up against the wall. If you follow that arc of the rubber, obviously we learned yesterday, don't follow the arc of the wall because it's not in line with the arc of the race line. But if it gets loose through that section where it gets away from the wall and you separate yourself from the wall, and that's why we've seen a lot of the Kyle Larson line really work with that high entry, get to the late center and straighten that exit out. But when you try to follow that arc of the corner, sometimes the back of that car just turn you around.
Now they first looked at picking that car up in the front, and now he's saying no, he wants to push, he wants to try to drive it all the way around the pit road.
Yeah, and this is just one of those situations where you might not just listen to the driver because it gets down on those. We saw this at Dover a few weeks ago. It gets down on those rub blocks and then it won't go anywhere. But we've got at least 2 flat tires on the right side, but it's going to be sitting on the rub blocks.
Well, but he won't be in front of that pit road. The pit road will be open this time. They're coming.
You see, it's not going to go anywhere with that regular tire flat, just on the rub blocks like that.
Car's tore up pretty bad. You can see it buckling in front. During that last green run, Justin Haley really made up a bunch of spots. Last caution, up 9 positions since the restart. He pitted at lap 130. He is like in 17th. Haley. Here they come to pit road. Jamie.
What a solid day it's been for young Ty Gibbs. Been a little bit free overall, so every stop they've been adjusting on that. That'll be the same this time around. Air pressure adjustment already made. A tear up there. 4 tires for him. Meanwhile, the 5 of Kyle Larson. He wasn't really focused on time management there. Be happy to get a fresh set here. A little bit tight, but overall good on the long run, Regan.
Francis Husky likes the balance better this run than the prior run. Keep in mind he has been loose. Felt like he had more takeoff speed. It stayed with him longer. They are going to make an air pressure adjustment for this short run that's expected. And Tyler Reddick in the 25 car lost more rear grip than front grip when he got to the traffic. He was just keeping him updated as the cars do.
Others race off. That's close. Reddick gives Kozlowski station. There they are at the line. That's close.
Think he had that first stall.
Larson loses 2 positions on pit road, went in 4th, came out 6th. And then Hamlin, Byron ended up, I believe, moving out ahead of, Logano and Byron ended up moving out ahead of Larson. Reddick, number 1 pit box, wins the race out of the pits once again. And as a result of that, he will still maintain as the race leader. Reddick has led 110 laps so far in the race today, 34 for Gibbs, 6 for Wallace under green flag conditions for him. Stage 1 winner, Kyle Larson, has led 15 laps. Ryan Blaney led 1 lap during green flags pit stops in stage 1. Keselowski led 1 in the middle of the pit stops under a caution period. I believe that was during the stage 1 break. Ryan Blaney, the only car out of the race so far, though Zane Smith, I think more than likely he's going to follow him into the garage at some point, as well as he's already lost a handful of laps under this caution that he has caused after a spin off turn 4. He knows the wall on the front straightaway as well, so quite a bit of damage on Smith's Chevrolet. John Hunter Nemechek had a spin earlier, still a few laps down in this one. We had quite a few drivers take the wave around. Everybody that was a lap down that didn't get the free pass there took the wave around. Kyle Busch, Kaz Grala, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Daniel Suarez, Derek Kraus, Daniel Hemrick. All those drivers will get their lap back. They'll be on old tires to the end of the stage, but because we're going to have less than 20 to go in the restart, they should be able to stay on the lead lap, and then they'll be able to start the final stage on the lead lap as well. So currently in stage 2, we'll have less than 20 to go in the stage when we get back to racing. Current average race speed is 123.19 miles per hour. And also a reminder, if your fantasy team is not yet locked, it will lock at the end of stage 2 automatically. So be sure to set that lineup. Gonna make sure that I do so right now. I didn't tell you guys who I had in my fantasy team today, so I'll go through that real quick. I have Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski, Tyler Reddick, William Byron, Chris Buescher, Ross Chastain on my team. Chastain is the only one of which that didn't get stage points. He's been running just outside the top 10 for most of the day. So the way things are looking right now, I think I'm going to keep the starting 5 the way they are in the lineup. Bonus picks, I had William Byron over Denny Hamlin, Reddick over Logano, Chastain over Elliott, Bell over Busch, 4 for 4 as we run.
Cost him the lead. Watch the front tire here, completing his job on the right front. And then coming around, the air hose hangs there on the wheel opening. Very good.
Stick stamp. To catch. Situation. It's thanks, much. And it's one of those things I've always been telling you, it's not your fault, but it's your problem, and you just got to deal with it, fix it. Well, great catch and getting your driver back out front still. Nice job.
Love that.
Yeah,
That's your line. But it's your problem. How much time did you guys spend on pit stops, Terry?
Years ago, we didn't spend much. Then, up in the 90s and stuff, then they started to get serious about it. But I remember we first started, we just picked the biggest guy for the gas man. So that's about it, and everybody else would say, what do you want to do this week? Okay, sir, probably jackass.
I'm ready for the restart. 78 complete on 95 in stage 2. Reddick and Kozlowski again. The front row has dominated every start and restart.
All right, 16 laps to go in stage 2. Green flag back in the air. And, of course, Reddick takes the outside of row 1 on the restart. Keselowski underneath and will stay door-to-door into turns 1 and 2. They've not been side-by-side for the lead on the backstretch at all in the restart today, but both cars have been on the front row for every restart, and Keselowski does a great job staying with them this time around. Side drafting on the backstretch. Keselowski with the pole on the inside lane into turns 3 and 4. Brad all the way to the apron, slides up, not going to be able to clear. Very tightly, still door-to-door. 3 wide, a little bit further back as they file down to 2x2. Contact on the front straightaway in the battle for the lead. 6, maybe a little too aggressive at the side draft. There was some smoke there. They definitely made contact. Might be a donut on the driver's side door of the 45, but Reddick will hold clear off turn 2 on the second lap following the restart. Nose to tail are the top 4. Logano up to a race-high 4th place position. Pulling out a line to the inside, trying to get a pass made on Ty Gibbs for 3rd. Not going to be able to stay alongside of him. Larson did not get by Byron through 3 and 4 on a similar move to the inside in that corner on that end of the track. And Larson lost 2 positions on pit rows, so that's why he's back in 6th now. And Chastain gets a couple positions on the restart, getting back into the top 10 to 10. Noah Gragson, after starting last, is now battling for 12th, side by side. Couldn't quite clear the car he was battling with, which would have been his teammate of Josh Berry. Now has Todd Gilliland trying to get around the outside of Gragson. Gragson aggressively going to move up in front of Gilliland, and Gilliland probably cut him a break there as he lifts. Alex Bowman's going to try to make the pass to the inside of the 38 car for 14th. All 4 tires down on the apron below the hash line for Bowman. Slides clear. Bowman has not cracked the top 10 yet today. Same for his Hendrick teammate Chase Elliott, who started 31st. Elliott has only made his way to 19th in this one, as he has been struggling in traffic the whole race. Kyle Busch, after qualifying just outside the top 10, back in the 28th place position. Big loss for him. And a big loss for Ryan Blaney, who started 17th and, of course, is done for the day. St. Smith, as mentioned, also done. And John Hunter Nemechek is 2 laps down. He took the wave around to go from 3 down to 2 down with this last caution. And with him being the only car lap down, he will get the free pass at the stage end or a caution, whatever happens first. Larson got a bit loose on the outside of the racetrack through turns 1 and 2. May have grazed the wall. Larson is going to get by him to the inside as a result. That pass was for 5th place. And Chris Buescher now hounding the 24 of Byron for that next position. Three SHR Fords running 11th, 12th, 13th. The other one, Ryan Preece, back at 22nd. A 6/10 of a second gap between Keselowski and Reddick. Reddick on this short run, pulling forward once more. He's definitely had the fastest short run car of any driver today, and when he's had the track position with the lead, which has been on every restart so far, it has taken a full tire stint to get around him. The stage 2 has played out perfectly for Reddick with all the cautions we've had. He hasn't had to face a long run yet. Longest green flag run of the stage would have been between cautions 3 and 4 that we just saw, and that green flag run was less than 30 laps. Guaranteed at least one more yellow with the stage 2 end coming up in 8 laps from now. Then we'll have to see if the third stage will be like the second stage or will it be like the first. Will we have cautions or not? Maybe a mix of both. Maybe we get a long green flag run to start things off and then late yellows or vice versa. So Hamlin definitely doesn't have too much damage on the nose. He's in 8th. I think the highest he's been in the running order today was around 6th. Hasn't come to pit road to try to repair damage there. Chris Buescher also had a little bit of nose damage, and he's been running pretty much right where he has been most of the day, around 7th place as well. That was the nose damage of both those cars following the Ryan Blaney Martin Truex Jr. incident off turn 2 on one of the earlier restarts in stage 2. We're battling for position right around Priest, LaJoy, McDowell, 19th, 20th, and 21st. Truex, after his extra long pit stop during the Blaney incident, has only made his way back up to 23rd place so far. Haven't talked about this guy at all yet today. 4 Toyotas have been in the top 10 for most of this race. 5 at times, with Martin Truex Jr. obviously up there for a large portion of the first half before him getting involved in that incident with Ryan Blaney while battling for 4th on a restart. But Christopher Bell's 22nd. He's been well outside the top 15 for most of the day. His team has struggled this season. As a result of that, he's actually 14th in the driver's standings. Despite all Chevys and Toyotas in the top 7 in the driver's standings coming into the race. Top 6, I should say. Blaney in 7th is the highest Ford. And he is the only Ford in the top 10 in points. Don't think Blaney's going to be staying 7th, though, after today, with having a last place finish and only 3 stage points to show for as well. Justin Haley battling with the 38 of Todd Gilliland. That is a battle for 13th. Great run for Haley so far. One car getting very loose just behind both of these two. There's Noah Gragson. Gragson almost got against the wall. And Chase Elliott up to 16th place now, just behind Gragson, the highest he has been in the running order so far. And now Bell lost another spot to Truex with damage. It's the furthest back in the running order Christopher Bell has been today. Harrison Burton's trying to pass him for 23rd. Only Toyota in the running order behind Bell is Eric Jones, who's coming back from injury today. And 26th is Jones. Coming up on the final lap of stage 2 this time by. Reddick has a 9/10 of a second lead over Brad Keselowski. Should be able to hold on relatively easily to win this second stage. Reddick came into the day 5th in the driver's standings, and this will be the second stage win of the year for Reddick as well. His only win at Talladega 3 weeks ago. So trying to get 2 wins in a 4-race stretch if he can go to victory lane again in this one. 128 laps led for the pole sitter Reddick. We'll see if he'll be able to capitalize. He'll capture the green-white checkered flag at the line right now. Tyler Reddick again will win stage 2 by 1 second over Brad Keselowski. BK in 2nd, Ty Gibbs 3rd, Joey Logano up to a race-high 4th place position, and Kyle Larson, who won stage 1, finishes 5th in stage 2. 16 stage points on the day for Larson. William Byron ends up 6th in the stage, Chris Buescher 7th, Denny Hamlin 8th, Bubba Wallace 9th, and Ross Chastain in 10th. So that was the top 10 in the running order. At the end of stage 2. We'll end the poll that is open in the chat. 159 votes. 45% of you say somebody other than Larson, Byron, or Hamlin will win. All Byron, Hamlin, Larson are in the top 10. Again, at the end of stage 2, Byron 6th, Larson 5th, Hamlin 8th. And Larson has only led 15 laps today despite winning the first stage by about 5 seconds. But Tyler Reddick in the 45, dominating the entirety of stage 2. I think he led every lap of stage 2, now that I think about it. All the green flag laps, at least, because he won the race out of pit road after Larson won stage 1, and won every race off pit road ever since, even with the slight hiccup they had on the front tire changer and the Jackman miscue with the last stop. 108 votes have been, or sorry, 108 likes on the stream. We had 163 votes in the poll that was open in the chat. Our goal for likes on the stream is 150. So we are 42 likes away from our goal as we begin this final stage. So be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content as well. VP Stallat, thanks for tuning into the stream. Rainer Martinez, welcome. John Barber, many others that are in the chat that I'm just seeing at least for the first time. Yeah, let's get to that like goal. We hit it during the Cup practice and qualifying stream yesterday. I did not get there for the truck race Friday night. No surprise that race starting after 10 p.m. Eastern time with the 2.5-hour rain delay. But we also did not get there for the Xfinity race yesterday as well. So let's get there for this one here today and make it a good finish to the weekend. We'll see if we get more strategy in Stage 3. We had a lot of cautions in Stage 2. Stage 1 went caution-free. 3 cautions for incident in the second stage. And with the 2 stage yellows we've had, that has led us to 5 cautions total. Reddick has led over 130 laps. Can he win the race off of pit row with the #1 pit box again? We'll have to wait and see.
Because you could make a difference with the way they drove the car and kind of some of your characteristics of things that you were looking for in the car. And this is just one of those places that you could make a difference, and a bigger difference than most other places.
Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour, new episode every Tuesday and Thursday, wherever you get your podcast, presented by NASCAR on Bob.
It's a fun time here in Darlington. It's definitely a racetrack that I have enjoyed through the years. Kind of a love-hate relationship. First several years, it kind of took a while to get going, but once we did, had a lot of success here. Had a lot of fun driving. Always a challenge every lap.
Did you ever make peace with this place?
You know, I ran well here, and just like we've been preaching about all weekend long, I couldn't finish. Then the last 50 laps, it would always unravel. I could run the top 5, have great days going. I'm literally telling myself, ride, just ride right here. Came off at one time, come off at 4. We caught a lapper, you and I shot over and hit the inside wall. I'll never forget that. Blew up here like 3 times. Overheat with rubber in the grill. Just had terrible luck finishing the deal.
Well, stage points to Keselowski, Ty Gibbs 17 each. Larson 16. I got some bad news from the statistic department. You notice 3 kinds of facts. There's lies, there's gosh darn lies, and then there's statistics.
Don't be doing any capping right here, Mike.
Oh, no, but
No capping.
Stage 2 winner has yet to finish better than 25th at Darlington in this new generation.
Wow. I mean, it's only 4 races, but still.
That's change.
It's pretty sus.
Change is good. That's right.
Every single stop for the 54, he's been loose all day long. They've been adjusting now. He's too tight. They're going to go back halfway on that air pressure adjustment. Meanwhile, the adjustment they made last time. 4 tire stops here. Relying on the picture to get it done and maybe gain him a spot or 2 here. We'll have to wait. Moments, Regan.
Keselowski bouncing a little bit too much on entry this run. That's get loose from the center to the exit in the 45. It's Tyler Reddick. It's really good with his fans right now. He likes it. A little bit of brake tape, though, something to get.
And it's not the yellow line. It's because the yellow line is the speed line. It's that white line that they measure to.
This 6 bunch keeps getting better with these pit stops. They're going to beat that 45 out of that #1 stall.
Oh, they're getting closer, aren't they?
Hear me out.
I don't think so.
Hear me out.
And that's no cap.
That's no cap, Mike.
That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. I agree with Clint. All right. Tyler Reddick wins the race off pit road again with that #1 box. He's won the race off pit road every time. Keselowski's done a great job. Their pit crew, second off of pit road every time. A lot of Fords have been running top 10 today, 4 of them. Only 2 Chevys have been in the top 10 all day. Pretty much it's been Larson and Byron and no one else from the Chevy camp up there, and 4 Toyotas. Of course, with Reddick leading all the laps. Gibbs has led some laps as well today and has been top 5. So, yeah, we'll see how this is going to go for him. So Tyler Reddick leads the way. Brad Keselowski is in second. William Byron third. Joey Logano fourth. Kyle Larson is fifth. Sixth place is Ty Gibbs. Seventh is Denny Hamlin. Bubba Wallace eighth. Chris Buescher ninth. Ross Chastain is 10th. That's your top 10 on the race off of pit road. As we're about to begin the final stage, which this stage is 108 laps. By the time we go green, we'll have about 100 to go. 190 laps complete of a 293 lap race, a little over 2 hours to complete these first 190 laps. And again, 5 cautions. Average race speed, 120.66 miles per hour to this point. And again, Tyler Reddick has led the most laps so far today. 134 laps led and counting. 1 lap led for Keselowski. 15 laps led for Kyle Larson, who won stage 1. Reddick, by the way, winning stage 2. No lead changes in the second stage. Ryan Blaney led a lap during green flag pit stops. Bubba Wallace led 6 laps during green flag stops. And Ty Gibbs in the post green flag pit stops of stage 1 was able to lead 34 laps before Larson got around him to win the stage. Gibbs finished second in stage 1. And he's been running again top 5 all day. With the 6 different drivers to lead a lap, we've also had 6 lead changes. Reddick, the only driver who has led more than 1 time in the race today. He led twice, but again, he started on the pole, so that was the first time he led, and he got the lead back early in stage 2.
But what about two guys who have been front as well, Keselowski and Gibbs? Who do you have your eye on?
Yeah, well, I like Brad. I mean, Brad's on his 110 race winless streak, but he's finished second twice this year. Getting really close. Clint mentioned it. Their pit stops have been really good. If he can beat Reddick out of the pits, I think he's the contender. And Ty Gibbs has been incredible too in the top 3 of both of those stages. Can you imagine first win at hardest track in NASCAR, Darlington?
Brad Keselowski trying to snap that 110 race winless streak and, of course, get the first win for Ford this season. Mike, back to you.
Thanks, Shannon. Getting set for stage 3 here in Darlington. Time for our credit one back once to watch. Tom Reddick started in the pole. He has dominated. So who else are we looking at? What?
Been 110 races, guys. Since this man has last been in victory lane, you can't keep a good man down. 5 times a runner up the 6 car. It's going to get it done today at Darlington.
Well, I like the guy who won this race last year, and that's William Byron. I think that this is going to be one of those races as we get to the end that could be a race that you have to grind out, and they've done a good job at that.
Joey Logano has just kept coming and coming and coming. It's been Richard Petty races since his last win. He keeps working his way toward the front.
I see what you did there. 43. That's what you did there.
Are your credit one bank ones to watch? Eric Jones hard at work. There's the Advent Health Camp.
Testing that back out, boys.
New seat angle, number of changes he's made.
Well, he's learning a lot about his seat today because this racetrack is rough, and I think it's it's definitely challenging to sit in a new position and make that the new norm. So he's definitely going to have some notes and feedback that he has to give the teams when they go back, and if they did a great job, maybe not.
And this just in from the stats department. Don't count Denny Hamlin out just yet. His 3 wins this year were races in which he did not lead a single lap till after halfway.
And we all know after halfway,
He's led a lap in every race this season, but has not led yet in this race, so that streak may come to an end.
speak has happened. Cup series in these cars. Restarts get chaotic. 1 caution upsets the apple cart.
And the last restart, Brad Keselowski went into even with Tyler Reddick. Looked like he might have a chance to steal the lead. It didn't happen.
Yeah, well, watch these guys when they come down the straightaway this time. They're both going to try to be, they want to get the guy up the straightaway or down the straightaway. So they kind of met in the middle last time. And Brad did a great job of keeping himself side by side through turns 1 and 2.
That's the veteran Keselowski with just being able to restart on the inside of row 1 every single restart today. He's just getting better and better at it, and maybe has a shot to get by Reddick one of these times. Reddick has to keep changing things up, though. Green flag back in the air. Another great restart for Keselowski, at least in the fire off through the restart zone. A little contact getting down into the first turn between the two cars. Larson looking to the inside of Keselowski. That's going to hold Brad up, and Larson's going to get the second off the exit of turn 2 as he slams the door shut on the 6, although there was a little contact, and he couldn't clear him. Byron instead's going to go 3 wide to the inside into turn 3. He has to back off of it. Larson's going to try to slide up clear of Keselowski. Doesn't shut the door again. Contact made off of turn 4, and Keselowski rubs his way right back by the 5 of Larson. The battle for second really allowed for Reddick to get out to a pretty big lead on this restart. He is about 7/10 of a second ahead of the 6. Hamlin and Logano run side by side battling for 5th place, and Ty Gibbs fell all the way back to 6th. On this restart, Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, door-to-door behind him. Buescher clears the 23. He'll stay alongside the 54 now. And the 23 gets back to the outside of the 17 again into turns 1 and 2. Buescher going up the track, has to lift to keep it off of the 23, and a great job by Wallace keeping it off the wall with very little room to run. And the 23 will make the pass on the 17 for 8th. 3 wide goes Gregson on the backstretch into turn 3, trying to pick up 2 positions at once as he tries to get by both front row cars of Michael McDowell and Todd Gilliland. And he does clear them both, barely. And now Cindric's going to try to do the same 3 wide maneuver into turn 1 on the other side of the track. Byron and Logano battle for 4th. 24 gets by the 22. Haley, a bounce off the wall. The 48 of Bowman runs into the back of him. That's off the exit of turn 2, and a gaggle of cars run 3 wide into turn 3 on the other end of the track now behind Bowman. Truex in the middle of that. And he's able to clear both the 43 of Eric Jones and the 7 of Corey LaJoie. Maybe the most chaotic restart from front to the back of the field we have seen today, and it's the first one, maybe the last one, of the final stage. And now Buescher and Wallace are side by side again. The 23 trying to get by the 17, as Buescher may have gotten to the outside of Wallace the last time through. Now Wallace was ahead of him, so Buescher trying to make the pass, somehow got to the outside of the 23 car. That's going to make his pass attempt probably easier than if he was on the bottom, especially with Buescher more than likely having a slightly better car. A little contact, and I think Buescher barely kept it off the wall even with the contact. These two have been running each other very tightly in their battle for position, not giving them a lot of room, if any at all. Buescher wins the battle for position as his teammate and part team owner, Brad Keselowski, remains in second. The gap is about 9/10 of a second between Reddick, who has had the fastest short-run car today, and the 6 of Brad Keselowski. Again, the final stage, when we went green, had 100 laps to go. We're 5 laps into this green flag run as we speak. And it is worth noting, Tyler Reddick has ran his fastest lap of the day off of this restart, which was a 29.443. That is an average speed of 167.021 mile per hour for his lap. Keselowski still has the fastest lap of the entire day of a 29.333. That was all the way back on lap 2, and that averages out to 167.647 miles per hour. Now, Larson going 3 wide to the bottom definitely hurt Keselowski that last restart, because Brad had another good launch again, but Larson had a better launch, timed it out, and in the end, they still remain in the same order they restarted. Keselowski second, Larson third, but it allowed for Reddick to get out ahead much quicker on the restart, and with how good Reddick is on the short run, he has now opened the gap up to 1.5 seconds over Reddick, or over Keselowski, excuse me. This is actually the largest lead for Reddick today. I don't think he's had more than a 1.4 second lead, but is he running too fast too early in the run? And does that mean Keselowski's got a better chance of trying to close? Larson also behind him, a couple of former champions. Remember, Larson won the first stage with it going caution-free all the way through, so you'd have to imagine he's definitely going to be a heavy favorite if this goes green to the end, and we have another caution-free stage as we did earlier in the race. 90 to go this time by. Be interesting also to see exactly when everybody is going to end up hitting pit road when they do. We'll take a quick ad break here, continue our live commentary coverage of the Goodyear 400. Listening on KRC, we're 29 likes away from our goal of 150, ladies and gents. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet as well. Anyone remember Brad's last win? It was Talladega 2021. I was actually at that race, and it was with Penske. He has not won with RFK Racing yet. 2 runner-up finishes for Keselowski, though, in the last 4 races, as they were at Texas and Talladega. It has been over 3 years since Keselowski's last win in the Cup Series. Now he's over 2 seconds off the lead. 2 to 3/10 of a second quicker a lap as Reddick. At this point in the run, the top 10. Tyler Reddick again in the lead. 2.2 seconds ahead of Brad Keselowski in second. Kyle Larson is third. William Byron fourth. Joey Logano fifth. Denny Hamlin sixth. Ty Gibbs seventh. Chris Buescher 8th, Bubba Wallace 9th, Josh Berry 10th. That is the top 10 in the running order with 88 laps to go. While we're waiting for them to come back from the commercial break, and I did not get this out during the Stage 2 break, it is time for the diecast showing in today's race. It's Throwback Race Weekend, and this throwback scheme is not only my favorite in the field, but it is a scheme that I actually have, a diecast I actually have, and that would be Kyle Larson's throwback scheme this weekend. Obviously, it's not a Larson diecast, but it's a Terry Labonte diecast. It is the same paint scheme he's got, the Kellogg's number 5. You can see this on Larson's car today. For that reason, I kind of hope Larson goes to victory lane, and also for the reason I picked him to win the race this weekend. I'm also hoping he gets the victory. But yeah, here is this Terry Labonte diecast. This one specifically is from 1996 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. I think obviously notoriously a 2-time NASCAR champion, once with this paint scheme in the 90s, but also those classic Bristol races with Dale Sr. in the 90s as well. The scheme was ran 1 to victory and damage and 1 in defeat and damage, unfortunately for Terry, but I wanted to show this diecast off this weekend. Perfect weekend to do it with Larson running the same exact scheme. Terry Labonte was in the broadcast booth, as you listen to periodically through Stage 2 as well, so yeah, here's the classic Kellogg's Cornflakes paint scheme. And that is our diecast showing here for today's Throwback Race at Darlington.
Thing that you'll notice right here as these cars go through turns 3 and 4, you're going to see that shade start to creep in up next to the wall. And as that shade creeps in up next to the wall, that track, the track temp is going to start to go down. So that top plane is going to be
Gains grip with
going to be gaining a little grip.
Yeah.
See this shade right here? It also makes the depth perception of where that wall is start to change as that sun starts to get lower. You start to go from sun on the back straightaway to the shadow, and it just becomes a little bit more difficult to judge that speed and not hit the wall.
Yeah, especially getting into 3. Drive right into it if you're not careful. Plus, driving into 3, aren't you driving straight into this?
Yeah, well, you can kind of see how the glare has started to change, but as the sun gets lower, that glare will get worse. And this is obviously a lot better than the windshield of the car. But you can see that sun on his eyes, how it goes in and out. And you can imagine your eyes start to dilate and adjust for different types of light. And that was something that always really bothered me as I got older and started to put the glasses on. That helped that. But you'll see as he goes down the back straightaway, when you look at his eyes there, you really start to see the sun go in and out.
But look at watch the shadow of the Earnhardt Towers right there. See, right as you get into the wall, you're picking that shadow up as well. A lot of different things that are taking your concentration off of that wall, which is the focal point for sure.
But would your mom like us someday crank it up on Mother's Day?
How about you, Mom? You want to crank it? Stay. Love you. Love all you mothers out there. Everything you do for us. Crank it up, baby.
South Carolina in the Goodyear 400. Running. That's led 161 of the 219 laps so far. Let's take you side by side.
Side by side commercial break on Fox Sports 1. Tyler Reddick grew his lead out to as much as 4 seconds during this green flag run to begin stage 3. Again, 75 laps remaining in this one. Keselowski, though, each of the last 3 laps has been at least a tenth of a second quicker, so maybe starting to get to that cliff point where Reddick is going to start losing a little bit more ground. We'll have to wait and see, though, just to be sure. Yeah, that last lap, Keselowski now 2.3 seconds. Is the gap between Reddick and Keselowski. So Brad is closing very fast. That last lap, Tyler Reddick was the slowest car in the top 24. 25. He was actually slowest car back to 30th. And that's because of lap traffic. Reddick got stuck behind that last lap. That's allowing Keselowski to close in very fast. So he was a tenth quicker a lap than Reddick, and then when Reddick caught the lap traffic, now the lead's gone from 4 seconds to just under 2 seconds. And even that last lap of 31.7 to Keselowski's 31.3. Keselowski, one of only 3 drivers to run their fastest lap of the race. Make that 4. One of 4 drivers to run their fastest lap of the race on that initial green flag run to begin the day. The only other drivers to do that are Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, and Kyle Busch. Busch, the only one of which is not in the top 10 of those 4 drivers I just named. And the only drivers to run their fastest laps of the day off this restart to begin stage 3 is the race leader Tyler Reddick, 3rd place Kyle Larson, 4th place William Byron, Logano in 5th, then Chase Briscoe in 13th, Justin Haley 14th, and that would be it for the drivers who have ran their fastest lap of the day on this last restart. So they are definitely getting quicker. And for the top 5 drivers, it seems like the quickest are only getting quicker.
Splitting stage in first, you come now, and that is what Kyle Busch has to. You got a ways to go if you're just going to make one stop in this stage. Kyle Busch was 21st. He made his stop.
The lead's getting tight. 6 underneath the 45 right there on the bottom of the racetrack, and you see laps in front of them playing, and that makes it difficult, and we really get to see it's actually handling better once you get the traffic.
If you're the Sims, that's the opportunity you're looking for. He gets into it a little bit. Has to settle back in line here. These guys are racing for position. They're not going to just yield his position to Reddick. He's going to have to earn it. And here comes 6 again on the bottom. 3 wide. Careful.
He's going to get Hemrick's going to stay clear. Tail end of the lead lap in the 31. The new leader, Brad Keselowski, for the 2nd time today.
Well, the thing that there was Keselowski had clean air in front of him, and Reddick was behind that lap car. And got him tight. Brad was able to drive by and clear it.
Christian Bell has come to pit road. And then two-step strategy. 7 to go. Selling his house.
For some, maybe. And this is when it starts to get interesting as to what the right strategy is. And we see more cars start to peel off on the pit road. But let's hear what they're saying on the strategy on the radio.
That's happening too. You're seeing the 2 stops. The guys are going to try it. The 2 stops, they're already been on pit road. These guys, the other guys are going to go to some, let's say 240 to 242, around in there, 10 more laps. Maybe 235, Larry's saying.
Ricky Stenhouse made a stop as well. But lowest of the, let's say the first 27 cars are still on the racetrack.
Swisher down pit road.
Record chief, 2 stops or 3 to do? What would be your choice?
Well, it's going to be 1 or 2.
To me, most of the leaders have elected to go to just do the basically there into half. So what I'm looking at, Mike, I just had told Clint, somewhere around 5 to 8. Come a little bit early. I see Ty Gibbs in the 54 hitting pit road right now, so I think we're starting to see him hit just a little bit early. Ty Gibbs, Let's
keep an eye on these leaders, guys. 5 more laps. Get to Larry's number. Leaders want to just split this in half. Brad is driving off already. He has out, that is.
Well, we talked about Brad's car earlier being a little bit better than Reddick's from a handling standpoint, but Reddick has had the track position. As soon as they caught those lap cars side by side, Brad closed the gap, passed him, and has drove off.
Reddick had one pit stop today on which he was a second slow. He's been racing with. Regan?
Kevin was just talking about Tyler Reddick in traffic, and it's the same thing he's been complaining about all day long. When he catches the back of the field, he just has zero grip with the rear of his race car. It's sliding around all over the place. That is his issue right now, and that has been the issue for the majority of the day for the 45.
Well, that's what we talked about on practice day. You got to be able to figure out what your car can do besides being in the preferred line. And if you're just running the same line as everybody else and you aren't maneuverable to be able to manipulate the traffic as good as possible, then you lose too much time and allows the good handling cars to gain and close that gap and then put you in a position to where, just like Reddick had happened, you get passed by the better handling car.
How about Cascarolo and that Parnelli Jones Trans Am Mustang scheme, 1969? That's and Rick Ware, the team. His dad raced against Parnelli at Riverside, California in the 1970 Trans Am. So that's a very, very cool and appropriate throwback. That's my favorite. I admit, Hendrick, they did the best job of everybody. Personally, that's my favorite.
That's a good looking car, Mike.
Dick Eldebrock had something to do with that car too, right? Yeah, he owned it long after Bud Moore had it and raced it in historic Trans Am. And boy, Rick was quite a wheelman and a great guy. The Eldebrock family. Great owns that car. Great product too. Brad Keselowski has now led more laps today than in the entire 2024 season.
He only had 6 laps or 9 laps left coming into the race.
This is we showed up with speed.
Brad's second place finishes since his last Cup victory.
Careful. Look at those tires coming. Jerry Jones on us. Good trouble. Did he have a flag? Just get rubber on his tire now? He got too high? I think he got too high.
He got too high right there.
All right, let's see if that draws the rest of them in.
So Kyle Larson was running third. And Cliff Daniels and crew scrambled to get ready to go to work.
Didn't take long right there. He jumped up a little bit too high, got in the rubber.
A while ago said I'm just. They told him hang on to it, got into the wall there. A 4-tire stop. A lot of damage on the right side. Cliff Daniels taking a hard look at it.
Now, as long as that's doesn't have damage on that right rear, right? He hit hard. As long as there's no damage, they're going to be fine. That was within their pit window. They'll be fine. Look at here, Reddick, second place on pit road. Here they come.
As well. And Joey Logano into the wall. He get together.
Well, these cars have just become a handful, and as soon as you try to take too much, you wind up getting hit. Regan?
Got about 30 laps into this run. Crew Chief Billy Scott told Tyler Reddick, we are going to change our plans. Originally, sounds like they were going to 2-stop it. 1 stop instead. The car, we already mentioned, very loose in traffic for him. That's where it needs help.
The lead gives it up to William.
Well, when that second place car Reddick pitch, you got to bid next time by. That's exactly what they did.
No, we don't have to do something.
Regan? Frank Keselowski in the 6 car we mentioned early on in the race that they worked on that car to make it better on the long runs after practice yesterday. Still seems to be working. Grant has been quiet on the radio this time, very happy with it. The 22 of Joey Logano, he started this run too loose. It has stayed too loose, continuing to buzz the right rear tire for him right now.
Oh, Sam, these shovels. Foreman.
Still on there. We're starting to hear a lot of loose, guys. A lot of loose. Here comes Byron.
Down pit road, Corey DeJoy is in. Let's bring the rest of the field here. Now Byron. Pit road. Everett stops. Byron right at the start and finish line. Jamie.
This beautiful throwback to Jeff Gordon, just on his first pass of the day. It was extremely loose. Pretty few more seconds. Hang on to it. Two-stop strategy. Should work for us, Regan.
Denny Hamlin in the 11 car started off too tight with the run and stays too tight too long. He wants to be freed up just a little bit. It's about 20 laps in before it comes to him.
And the leader becomes Barney Fife, or is it Buford T. Justice? It is Carson Hocevar.
Here's your leader right here. And let's see what the caution comes out. But there's the lead. All right. Gibbs pitted 8 laps before Brad Keselowski. There comes the pass for back what will be the lead without a caution, right? Keselowski pitting right after that Reddick pulled in, drew them in.
Did a good job so far. Things, okay. Well, it may be a while before they get the lead because Hocevar and Suarez on that two-stop strategy, along with Derek Krause further down in the lead lap. Christian knows he is the leader, but he's about a second and a half slower than Brad Keselowski right now.
Well, right now you don't want to give up. You want to give up as little time as possible. So this is all about a time game with these. Could be two strategies if it's not, but these guys racing, catching lap traffic, and Brad wants to put all the distance that he can in case this all works out to a different strategy.
During pre-race, Hocevar had a red bubblegum machine flashing light on the roof of his car, just like every Michigan State trooper has. And it's National Police Week. That's what they're celebrating on Carson Hocevar's car as Brad Keselowski goes past to take the lead. And Hocevar takes the lead.
Yeah, I'm looking at before car, as mentioned, pitted about 8 laps earlier, but he pitted with 63 laps to go. I think Chris Gale, the crew chief, was banking on more people doing a two-stop strategy. I just don't know about running 63 laps without stopping again. I'm not sure that's going to work.
Well, they must be counting on a caution.
Well, and we go back to that radio transmission, right? They were just in a tough spot because it seemed like the feedback he was getting from time was just that the car was really, really difficult to drive. They wound up coming to pit roads. We'll see how this works out.
Well, here's worked out for this round of green flags. Before the stops, Keselowski had a lead over Tyler Reddick. Now, after pit stop, he's out in front by just 0.4 of a second.
Down to 48 laps to go in the Goodyear 400 at Darlington Raceway. Brad Keselowski cycled back into the race lead. Post green flag pit stops. Tyler Reddick is second. Ty Gibbs in third. Chris Buescher fourth. Kyle Larson is fifth. Sixth place is Joey Logano. William Byron in seventh. Josh Berry eighth. Ross Chastain ninth. Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 10. Be sure to hit the like button. Subscribe for more NASCAR content if you guys have not done any of those two things. Our like goal is 150 for this stream. We are at 128 right now. So that means we are 22 likes away from our goal. So again, 22 likes away from our goal of 150. Be sure to hit that like button. And we'll continue, obviously, this live commentary coverage of the Goodyear 400. Average race speed to this point, 124.1 miles per hour. Keselowski, the current race leader, following the green flag pit stops, has led 3 different times for 16 laps. Tyler Reddick, the pole sitter, led 2 different times today. He has led by far the most laps, 169 laps led for Reddick. He's had the fastest short run car, but not on the long run, and that's why he isn't leading right now with no cautions coming out so far in stage 3. Ty Gibbs has led the second most laps so far with 34 laps led. That was towards the back half of stage 1. And the stage 1 winner, Kyle Larson, has led 15 laps today. That was the only time he led, was those final 15 of stage 1. William Byron during these green flag pit stops led 2 laps. Hamlin led 1 lap during these green flag stops. Carson Hocevar led 2. Green flag pit stops in stage 1. Ryan Blaney led for 1 lap. Bubba Wallace led for 6. And that has put us where we're at right now, which is with currently 9 different drivers to lead at least 1 lap in the race today. And we've had 11 lead changes amongst those 9 drivers so far. Again, 45 laps remain. Margin of lead for Keselowski over Reddick, 0.6 of a second, running very even lap times for the most part. Reddick about a tenth quicker, in fact, than Keselowski the last lap, so this thing is not over yet. We're at 134 now. We're just 16 likes away from our goal of 150. Can Brad Keselowski end his over 3-year-long winless streak? It's been 110 races. He's had 2 runner-ups already this season, both in the last month. And Chris Buescher, his teammate, second last week at Kansas as well. Ford has not gone to victory lane in each of the top 3 series. They've been very close in a few different photo finishes this season. But can they break through here today? And Chris Buescher, Keselowski's teammate, up to the 4th place position, just got by Larson not that long ago.
Scott Bush hit hard. Did it. No. See the speed out of Larson's car that we saw. Here's Kyle Busch.
Yeah, when you're behind those cars like that, and you get up and the groove right there, and you get tight turning down the hill into turn 2, and when you miss that mark, it sucks you in like a magnet right there when you get up into the rubber debris.
Hearing a lot of guys complaining about their cars getting loose, Kevin.
Yeah, I think it's this right here. I think it's the shadow and the ambient temperature going down as well. But I think it's the track temperature going down, and those cars the front end starting to work better. The back of those cars are starting to get loose. Always a tricky racetrack when the sun starts to go down. That transition of daytime tight to working on all the things that you need to make the car turn in the middle of the day, and then that sun starts to go down, the shade starts to come in 3 and 4, and we've seen more guys hit the wall, and maybe they're just getting close enough to the end of the race that they're getting more aggressive. Let's hear what the 5 has to say.
Oh!
Left rear shed wall. Left rear went off the bead, flat tire. That will bring out a caution at lap 2.
Get it fired up, get it stuck in, right back in here, leader, instead of one.
My favorite scheme!
Well, that changes things.
My pick!
Larson 6th. He had rushed the wall earlier, and his last couple of lap times were almost a second off the leader. Yeah. Logano had hit on the lap before. You see that left rear soft already.
Yeah.
Went off the bead right there.
Yeah, the lap times fell off because I'm sure he felt that left rear tire going down. And there it went.
This is good for Reddick. Number 1 pit box, and he's had the best short run car all day.
Since Josh Berry there gets 5 without incident.
Yeah, and this just puts everybody in a really interesting spot here as we get this yellow. We know what that does for Tyler Reddick. It gives him an advantage on pit road to try to get the lead back in this race because he's been better. He's been as good as Brad on the short runs. Brad really beats him up on the long run, but we only have 39 laps to go right now. So you see that left rear tire hanging off of Kyle Larson's car, but we've only got 39 coming to 38 laps to go this time around, and that's going to fall in a short run category to me, Clint.
Look like he has on here.
Well, I think he's just trying to walk it in. Things get really goofy when they get those flat tires and the way that the cars act. And
Turn the wheel to the right, there you go.
I think the right rear towing, a lot of hand signals from the right rear. Can that right rear tow link be bent? That wouldn't have hurt the left rear tire in that short amount of time that it would have went down or something, would it?
I wouldn't think so.
It'd have to been bent a lot. Right, a lot.
I'll tell you what, this caution, though, in my book, is exactly, I know they're running 3rd and 4th, and I think it's what Ty Gibbs and Chris Buescher needed, because they were going to have to go 63 to 64 laps from their tires.
They gained positions out of it.
Yes, sir. And we've seen this last year. These late race restarts, they get super aggressive. Tore up a bunch of cars last year at the end of this race on a restart, and it changed the whole complexion of who the contenders were.
Well, it's certainly not what Keselowski wanted, right? They were one of the last cars to pit, and things worked out well for them. But this caution puts it right back. Everybody's coming down pit road, puts it right back at that man right there's hands. So 38 laps to go right now. That means the remaining distance, if we go green to the checker, will be about the average of what most teams have run today. for a green flag run. And yes, there are cars like Keselowski that toward the end of that run were superior.
Yeah, and I just think I think it's going to get aggressive, Mike. I don't know that we've seen the last caution here, but the 45 crew is going to have to be faster on this pit stop because now they're giving up a car length coming in second, and we've seen them just barely beat Brad Keselowski off of pit road. So now they're going to have to be better this pit stop in order to get the lead back.
So who was your best value pick for your fantasy league? Ryan Preece, who started out back, currently 20th. Harrison Burton, who started in the last row, currently 23rd. Or Noah Gregson, who started last and is to 13th. Jamie.
I gives him then preferred position to my 34 laps today. After being tight and being too loose, he says the car feels good. The 24 really, really tight. He said, the radio. I'm having a hard time focusing. I keep hitting the wall. They need to free him up just a little bit and be quiet. Regan.
That's Brad Keselowski. What he needed, he said, I need the lead and I need ride quality on the exit of turn 2 when we get the lead. As for the 45 of Tyler Reddick, he wants them to tighten him up some. He thinks they're going to get to that traffic and he's going to need help when they do.
All right, here comes Brad.
It's all qualifying, buddy.
Yep.
That qualifying session for Tyler Reddick has paid off time after time today, and we've covered it every time. You don't have to go far. Yep.
Under caution following Kyle Larson spinning in turns 3 and 4 after a cut left rear tire. And that's going to set up a restart with around 35 laps to go. Tyler Reddick has won the race off pit road, jumping from second to first once again. And unfortunately for Brad Keselowski, he is going to more than likely going to have to challenge Reddick on the restart, where Reddick has had the lead off every restart so far today. There was one restart. It was the second to last in which Keselowski stayed door to door with Reddick for a full lap before Reddick finally won the battle. Keselowski has been on the inside lane of row number 1 every time today, and there was only really once or twice where he had gotten past, but eventually was able to get back to second. And in the case here of stage 3, he was able to not only get back into second around Larson, but he was able to eventually go up, get the race lead away from Tyler Reddick, and then through the green flag pit stop, still came out with the race lead. But he's going to have some work cut out for him now. Free pass went to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with this caution coming out for Larson's spin. And a few drivers took the wave around. Daniel Hemrick, Carson Hocevar, Daniel Suarez. The 3 drivers that took the wave around with this caution, so 29 cars will be on the lead lap. A little less than 3 hours into this race so far today. The top 5 on this restart will be Tyler Reddick in the lead, then Brad Keselowski second, Chris Buescher third, Ty Gibbs fourth, and William Byron will be in 6th. Again, be sure to hit the like button if you have not done so yet. 134 likes so far. The goal is to get to 150, so we are 16 likes away from our goal on this stream. So again, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more NASCAR content on the road to 6,000 subscribers. My pick was Kyle Larson to win this race today. He was top 5 the whole day. And unfortunately, he's locked into my fantasy team too. And one of my bonus picks. So that's not what I wanted to see there.
The All-Stars. Top these stops. This is world class right here. Under 9 seconds. Tyler Reddick and Brad Keselowski on that stop. How about we meet Team 45?
Houston Stanford, front tire changer, former college wide receiver. Just started my 19th season. My best victories are my kids at home and my wife. Devin Del Rico, rear tire changer, up in Marlboro, Maryland. 2-time Xfinity Series champion. Wade Moore, Cleveland, North Carolina, tire carrier. Former player in the Washington Nationals organization, proud dad to Sawyer, Sturgill, and Jackson. Ethan Ricketts, Jeffman, Holland, Michigan, Central Michigan, a linebacker. Ryan Deal, gas man, former soccer player, 2017 NASCAR Cup Series champion with Furniture Row Racing and Martin Truex Jr., proud dad to Gage and Quinn.
Billy Scott, the crew chief. Nick Penny in the spot up on the roof. There's Billy Scott's resume. From Marlboro, Maryland, used to be a racetrack there. There was a short oval and a Trans Am road course. Look how close this is. I mean, all day long. These two have fought it out on pit road. Now, last green flag run, it took Keselowski 33 laps to get by Reddick after the last restart. We're going to restart here with what? 34 laps to go.
Taking the question right out of my mouth, Mike. Kevin, 34 laps to go. Been 110 races since you've won last. It's time to get aggressive.
It's time to get dirty.
Dirty, you call it.
Darn right. I would be very aggressive on this restart. I think if he gets beat on the restart here, it's going to take him that many laps because it seems like Reddick's car has been good enough to hold him off until you get late into those runs. So you got to know that coming to pit road, you're probably going to get beat off of pit road. So I think you got to get right on the edge of being too dirty.
You saw Kyle Larson's car being hauled into the Cale Yarborough out here at Darlington. They wanted to continue, but Larson said, I can't drive it. I can't steer it.
Watching these races back last year, Chastain and Larson, they started leaning on one another, eventually wrecked one another. Just like you said, it happens down there in 1 and 2. It comes off a 2 in the lead, you're in trouble.
Yeah, it changed the whole complexion of the race, and I think Brad knows that. He was pretty aggressive last time, but I think he'll be more aggressive again.
Windshield tear-off stuck on the top of Ryan Preece's race car. He's well outside the top 10, it appears. Excuse me, back in the 17th place position. 33 laps to go. Green flag back in the air. Reddick Keselowski have been on the front row for every restart today. And again, it's Reddick and Keselowski with Reddick on the outside and Brad K down low. Side by side for the lead in the middle of turns 1 and 2. The 6 not going to want to give a lot of room to the 45. Off the exit of the corner, still side by side for the lead. This is only the second time they have been door to door in the backstretch into turn 3. Side by side for third as well between Buescher and Gibbs. Keselowski slides up the racetrack. Still trying to stay on the door of Tyler Reddick and still side by side for the lead. 32 to go. Reddick gets credited with the lap led at the line. Nose out in front for the 6 getting into turn 1. Reddick had to lift a little in the center of the corner. Keselowski's almost clear. They nearly made contact. Off the exit of turn 2, Reddick gets a good drive off, and again, still side by side. Buescher clear for third on Gibbs. Gibbs pulls up in front of the 24 of Byron. Keselowski slides up the track through 3 and 4 again. Near contact with Tyler Reddick. Chris Buescher is coming. Both these two cars are going to be driving so slow compared to everybody behind him. Buescher gives a massive push to the back of the 6. Into turn 1, that might not have helped him. It might have. Still side by side for the lead. Buescher's going to try to build another run up. They've been door to door for 2.5 laps. The 17 is right there waiting in the wings behind the 6 and the 45. And off the exit of turn 4 this time, still side by side for the lead as Keselowski hangs on the left rear corner panel. Gibbs and Hamlin have been door to door for a while for 4th, and that's allowing the top 3 to pull away. Keselowski almost into the driver's side door of the 45 of Reddick. Reddick has done a great job on the outside lane, keeping it off the 6 and keeping it off the wall as well. Keselowski again with a nose out in front into turn 3. They've been side by side for 3 laps. Keselowski does not want to get beat on this restart again. Contact! Into the wall goes Reddick. They bounce off one another, and Buescher takes the lead down to the inside. 3 wide of the apron, and Buescher's clear into turn 1. Well, RFK Racing won the battle there, although it's not over yet. If Reddick gets back underneath Buescher, he does not. Buescher leads for the first time today. And I'm sure Reddick did not appreciate that from Brad Keselowski. Keselowski makes a dive again into turn 1 for the lead. That was a hard hit for Reddick. Into the outside wall up turn 4 the last lap. Should say it was turn 3. Brad K made the dive, and they're side by side on the front stretch into turn 1. RFK Racing won that battle, but it wasn't Keselowski. It was Chris Buescher who takes the advantage of both the leaders in front of him getting together. Teamwork, I guess, to a certain extent there after Buescher pushed Keselowski to keep him side by side one straightaway a couple laps before that. Reddick is clear. He's had the best short run car today, but now he's in dirty air behind the 17. Can he run down Chris Buescher? Buescher may have a little bit of damage to the nose of his car after an earlier incident. We'll have to see if that comes into effect. Overall today on speed, Buescher's been about a 6th to 8th place car. Really the first time he's been in the top 5. Him and Gibbs were a part of the 2 drivers that short pitted about 63, 64 to go in this stage. They caught the caution they needed to keep the track position, and now on the restart, Buescher is able to go from 4th to 1st. Took him about 4 to 5 laps to get there, but he got there eventually. Coming up on 25 laps to go this time by. Jamie Little standing with Kyle Larson outside the infield care center.
Essentially put you out here.
Yeah, well, I was into that long run, and William came to me and just letting him by in 1 and 2, and I just kind of hung out there. I was trying to be really away from him, and I just stayed wide, and the marbles hit the wall. And yeah, so we had a bit to link or something, and then hit it, and we got pretty bad. And then I don't know which tire shredded. It was left rear or right rear, but the tire shredded and spun into turn 3. So yeah, I that my mistake. Not even really trying hard. Lost us a race. So just really frustrating myself right now. But good car today. Felt like I was running a really good race to that point, and then just one mistake took us out of it.
Kyle Larson's journey to the Indianapolis 500 begins tonight. He'll hop on a plane, fly to Indy, race his sprint car tomorrow night, and Indianapolis 500 practice begins on Tuesday.
Second DNF of the season for Kyle Larson as well with this crash. Unfortunately for him, that brought out the most recent yellow. A 3-wide pass for the lead for Buescher as he looks for redemption after coming 1/1000th of a second short of a win last week. This week he is out in front, only 0.4 of a second ahead of Tyler Reddick in the waning lap. Still 23 to go. Reddick's car has been faster than Buescher's today, and Keselowski's car has been the fastest on the long run, so you can't count BK out of it yet, even though he's just over a second off the lead. Especially if the 45 and the 17 get to battling once again. Could lead that 3rd place car back into contention just as we saw moments ago. Luckily, with these composite bodies, both the 45 and the 6 with that contact, and Reddick basically just getting squeezed into the wall by Brad. Reddick's car still moving on strong. Tires are up, and he's still running fast, competitive laps. That last lap, Reddick was almost 0.04 of a second quicker than Chris Buescher. That would have been 2 laps ago now, because this most recent lap that just concluded, Buescher was about a 10th quicker than Reddick. 10th quicker, almost to the 1,000th of a second, too. 20 to go now, this time by. Keselowski still 1.1 seconds back, and Keselowski is actually a little bit faster than Reddick the last lap. Have to wonder how much of the tire wear was maybe burnt early in the run with Reddick and Keselowski running side by side on the restart as long as they were. They were door to door for a good 4 or 5 laps consecutively there. It's a great battle. Update on the full field running order. We'll blast through this real quick with 21 to go. Again, Chris Buescher is your race leader. Tyler Reddick is 2nd. He's a half a second off the lead now. Brad Keselowski 3rd. Ty Gibbs 4th. Josh Berry 5th. Denny Hamlin in 6th. Chase Briscoe 7th. William Byron 8th. Bubba Wallace 9th. And Ross Chastain is 10th. Alex Bowman in 11th. Chase Elliott 12th. Justin Haley 13th. Michael McDowell 14th. Corey LaJoie 15th. 16th is Christopher Bell. Todd Gilliland 16th. Todd Gilliland 17th. Ryan Preece is 18th, Noah Gragson 19th, and Eric Jones 20th. Kaz Gralla 21st, Austin Cindric 22nd. Joey Logano fell all the way back to 23rd. I don't know what happened to him, but he was in 4th not that long ago. Harrison Burton 24th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 25th, Martin Truex Jr. 26th after he had gotten in an incident earlier in the day. Daniel Suarez 27th, Carson Hocevar 28th, Kyle Busch 29th. And 30th is Austin Dillon. Last car in the lead lap is Daniel Hemrick in 31st. Kaz Gralla first car lap down in 32nd. Sorry, not Kaz Grala. Derek Kraus is 32nd, first car lap down. John Hardivicek 1 lap down in 33rd. And then 3 cars of DNF so far. Kyle Larson finishing 34th, Zane Smith 35th, and Ryan Blaney last in 36th. 175 laps led for Tyler Reddick today. He led 4 different times. 4 different times led for Keselowski for 28 laps. Stage 1 winner Kyle Larson led for 15, and Stage 2 winner was Tyler Reddick. 13 of the most recent laps led for our current race leader Chris Buescher. And here in the race today, Buescher is now the 10th different driver to lead at least 1 lap, and we've had 15 lead changes amongst those 10 different leaders, 6 cautions total. 1 for incident in the final stage, 3 for incident in stage 2, and the cautions for the stage ends at lap 90 and lap 185 as well are the 6 yellows. 123.1 mile per hour average race speed and a little over 3 hours into the race with 17 laps to go. We'll take our final ad break. You're listening live on KRC to the Goodyear 400 as we are headed down to the wire here late. Battle between Buescher, Reddick, and maybe Keselowski for the finish and for the win. Also, hit the like button if you guys have not done so yet. We are just 12 likes away from our goal. We're at 138 right now. Our goal is to get to 150 likes before the end of the stream. So again, 150 likes is the goal. On the stream, we're at 138. Josh Berry into the top 5 for the first time today as well. Just got by Hamlin a few laps ago, so good run for Berry. Had a cup start at Darlington last season, filling in for Bowman, the 48 car. I'm not sure where he finished in that race. So this isn't his cup debut at this racetrack, but it is at least his debut with SHR at this racetrack. Oh, Buescher got against the wall in turns 1 and 2. Tried to diamond cut the corner off. He entered a lot lower. Reddick rode the wall all the way through the corner. Reddick carries more momentum now down the backstretch into 3. And this race is still on. Can Ford finally win? Can Buescher win? Lock himself into the playoffs. Of everybody in the top 5, the only one with a win this year is Reddick in second. First, third, fourth, and fifth on the leaderboard have not won this season, and fourth and fifth have never won in their cup careers. The manufacturer race at the front, you have Ford, Toyota, Ford, Toyota, Ford in the top 5. Highest running Chevy is Byron in 8th, one of only 2 in the top 10 along with Chastain. 4 Fords, 4 Toyotas total in the top 10 on the leaderboard. 12 laps to go at the line. Last lap, fastest on the racetrack was Chris Buescher. He's got a 3/10 of a second lead over Tyler Reddick and an 8/10 of a second lead to Brad Keselowski in 3rd. And the top 3 within a second of each other. Fastest lap overall in the day was Keselowski. The fastest laps ran today for both the RFK Fords were on lap 2 and lap 3. But they've still been fast all the way throughout the course of this one. Keselowski going to the bottom through 3 and 4. All the way on the top through 3 and 4. In the shaded area was both Buescher and Reddick. 11 laps to go. Reddick starts the corner off through 1 and 2 a lot lower again. Reddick on the outside all the way through the corner. Then he kind of gets a straight line off by driving to the bottom in the 2/3 mark of turns 1 and 2 when he gets to that grip strip. Reddick closed a lot through 1 and 2 that last time. Both cars are nearly nose to tail in the entry to 3. Buescher widens the gap out a little bit. Reddick might have had to lift to keep it off the wall just a hair more as he got closer behind the 17 in the wake of the dirty air. 10 laps to go in the Goodyear 400 at Darlington. Reddick's been better in 1 and 2 than Buescher. Buescher's been able to maintain through 3 and 4. Reddick again closes on Buescher. He's within a half a car length on the back straightaway. Can't wait around too long because the 6 is coming. The 45 slides it in. Buescher slides up the track. Contact! Buescher's in the wall. Reddick went for it all. Maybe payback on RFK after Keselowski squeezed him, and here comes Keselowski. Reddick's got a tire down. Reddick has a tire down, and he's in the wall again in turns 1 and 2. He's going to have to limp it. We stay under green. Reddick's race is over, and the battle's between Buescher and Keselowski for the win. If we stay green, it'll only be between those two. Gibbs to 3rd, Berry to 4th, and Hamlin to 5th. And now Buescher's got a pit. He's got a tire down. So Buescher and Reddick are both in the pits, and it's Brad Keselowski who leads with 8 laps to go. Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry, looking for their first career wins, are now in second and third. The gap between Keselowski and Gibbs is about a second and a half. And Josh Berry in the 4, that last lap, now cuts his deficit to within about 0.4 of a second behind Gibbs. Could this be the first time in 110 races that Brad Keselowski has gone to victory lane? The fastest car on the track that last lap was Josh Berry in third. But does he have enough time to get there considering Gibbs is still in front of him? He was only a 10th quicker than both the 54 and the 6. And can he make those lap times consistent? He's going to have to be quicker than a 10th of a second a lap. Showing the replay, Reddick drove it in deep. Slides all the way up into Buescher. Both cars in the wall. Both cars have to pit. They are not going to get the finish they deserved. And Brad Keselowski from third place is going to be the one to get to the lead after he had squeezed Reddick into the wall on the restart the first few laps in. Maybe was the reason why Reddick did what he did there to try to get back, and it ended up biting him. And unfortunately for Buescher, had really nothing to do with either of those two circumstances, and tough finish here for the 17. A win locks them into the playoffs. Now, each of the top 3 in the running order have not won yet this season, and I mentioned already that Gibbs and Berry have not won at all in their Cup career. Last 2 laps, Gibbs was a 10th of a second quicker than Brad Keselowski, though Gibbs has not been great on the long runs today. It could be Keselowski maybe slightly managing his gap on the leaders. Closing in on Nemechek just up ahead. Keselowski had to come off the wall a little bit. Nemechek is off the lead lap, about to go 2 laps down now. 4 laps to go for Keselowski. Last time that Ford went as long as they have, 12 races into the Cup season without a win, was 2010. Jimmy Johnson won his 5th consecutive championship that season. But this year, it looks like it's going to be 12 races again because Keselowski's 3 laps away from pay dirt. Gibbs cut the lead down to 0.7 of a second. Again, Ty Gibbs is digging right now. He is driving his heart out. Keselowski still managing the gap. You don't know how much damage Brad has, and maybe he had used his tires a little earlier in the run when he was side by side with Reddick. I like to believe he's still managing the gap. Doesn't want Gibbs to get to that back bumper, though. That last lap, Keselowski and Gibbs kind of maintained with one another, and Keselowski's actually about 300ths quicker than the 54 car behind him. Josh Berry 1.2 seconds off the lead, and he's still about a half a second behind the 54 of Gibbs. Gibbs a lot wider through 1 and 2 all the way through the corner. Keselowski diamond cuts the corner all the way through 1 and 2. Manages a 0.9 of a second lead as they work their way through 3 and 4 again. White flag in the air this time by 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Brad Keselowski has not won since Talladega of 2021 in the spring. It has been over 3 calendar years. It's been 110 races. He has not won since moving over to RFK Racing in a manager/owner role. And here today, that winless streak is about to end after the 2 leaders in front of him got against each other and against the wall in the final 10 laps of the race. Checkered flag waves. Brad Keselowski is a winner again at Darlington, locks himself into the playoffs, and Keselowski will win in the 6 car, the first time the 6 car has gone to victory lane since David Reagan in 2011 Summer Daytona. Margin of victory 1.2 seconds. Total time on the race 3 hours, 12 minutes, 28 seconds. A 124.31 mile per hour average race speed. And we finished the race under the 400 mile, 293 lap regulation. 28 cars finish on the lead lap today. 10 different drivers led a lap in this race. And we had 16 lead changes, the last of which coming with 9 laps to go. Brad Keselowski led 37 laps, and he led more times today than any other driver, 5. Reddick, who led the most laps, led 4 different times from the pole. 175 laps led today for Reddick. He finishes 2 laps down in 32nd. Chris Buescher in the late going of this race was able to lead for 21 laps. It was the only time he led. And your stage winners, Kyle Larson won stage 1, Tyler Reddick won stage 2, but Brad Keselowski wins the race. And that trend of the stage 2 winner, finishing 24th or worse in every cup race at Darlington in the next gen era, continues with Reddick finishing 32nd. That's now 5 races that has been the case. Keselowski with the American flag on the Polish lap on the front stretch. Per tradition for Keselowski with a win. We haven't seen this in a few years.
Guys, good flag. Forward. Stretch grandstand.
Ford finally gets a win. Other drivers to lead a lap today. Ryan Blaney led 1 during green flag pit stops, 2 during green flag pit stops for Carson Hocevar, 6 for Wallace during green flag stops, and 2 for Byron during green flag stops. Denny Hamlin led 1 lap during green flag pit stops, and Ty Gibbs, after green flag stops in stage 1, led for 34 laps. So those are the other drivers to lead today. Buescher and Reddick arguing on pit road.
I understand the frustration. Buescher was saying, I put a sticker on my car, meaning that you can play the wind sticker that gets it in the flag. Reddick said the worst thing I wanted to do was get into your car. I'm sorry, I screwed up. Had himself a position 2 weeks in a row, too. Got it taken from him. That's a tough pill to swallow. I can understand the frustration.
One man's heartbreak is another man's triumph, and today Chris Buescher's heartbreak turns into Brad Keselowski's new triumph.
Here's season.
And it's a 110 race winless streak. You get your 36th career victory, Brad, but this is the first one driving for a company with your name on the side of it. How special is that?
It's what a heck of a day. It's Darlington, so whether it's your first win, your last win, it's just a really special track. It's the history of NASCAR. It's as tough as it gets, and then that battle at the end with my teammate Tyler Reddick and I were just all laid it all out on the line. It was freaking awesome. I thought it couldn't get much better in Kansas. It did today. It was awesome. I'm so glad you guys got to see that. That was incredible. Thanks for being here. We did it. Just great.
34 laps to go, Brad. You mentioned that battle with Tyler Reddick. You lost control of the race at that moment. Did you think it was all over with at that point?
I mean, I wasn't good, but I knew that I'd have another shot at it. My car was really good on the long runs. And when Tyler got underneath Regan, or Tyler got underneath Chris, I knew I had another shot at it. When they made contact, I couldn't get by. I'm like, oh. And I must have got a flat tire. I don't know what happened. And we caught a break. You know, we've caught enough bad breaks over the last, year or two. It's nice to catch a good one.
Brad Keselowski wins on Mother's Day weekend in Darlington.
And on the flip side, Chris Buescher, his teammate, it was an emotional week for you after the finish last week. It ends emotional now, Chris. Take me through that battle with Tyler Reddick, and why are you so frustrated? What did you say to him?
We got wrecked. I don't. I mean, that one's clear as day. Don't need any cameras to tell us, but I don't know what to say. We've raced each other really clean through the years. Try to be respectful about it, and thanks, Jack. Try to be really respectful about it, and we get used up. It's something that you just know is not going to work. So, we're pissed off about it right now. We certainly had a chance to win another one. Really proud to have that speed. Huge congratulations to Brad and the Six Punch and Castro on their win. That's awesome. But I wanted it for our Fifth Third Bank group right here, and I just felt we got used up, and he knows he messed up. He said it, but it doesn't change anything for us. I told him he's got a win sticker on the door, and we're still trying to find ours, and we get used up like that, take away those opportunities. It's tough. That's 2 weeks in a row we've had a shot to win races, and one I'm gonna live in my head forever on what I would have done different, and this one here, I need someone else to be sure about it.
Heartbreak 2 weeks in a row for Chris Buescher. Let's hear from the other side of that story. We'll go back here and find Tyler Reddick. Of course, everybody hearing his side of the story will step right on in here. Talking in the radio right now. Dominated this race, led the most laps. Heck of a battle at the end. Tyler, we saw the emotion. It was your race to lose. We saw the battle with Chris Buescher. He came up, it got in your face. Take me through your side of things and what transpired.
Yeah, I completely understand where he's coming from. He's running the top, running his own race, running his own line, keep me at bay, and yeah, I made a really aggressive move and was hoping I was going to clear him. And when I realized I wasn't going to, I tried to check up and not slide up into him. But yeah, I wish I wouldn't have done that. Unfortunately, I completely understand why he's that mad. I mean, he did nothing wrong, and just trying to win the race. And to take myself out, that's one thing. Like, I can live with that. I'm just disappointed it played out the way it did and took him out of the race as well. That was not. It was not the goal there. If I was going to go for it, I was hoping I was going to clear him. If I hit the wall, pop a tire, I take myself out. I can live with that, right? It's tough to walk away knowing I, used someone up and took someone out of took their chance away from winning the race. That's raced me really cleanly. Because they came to the Cup Series, so just have to work on that and I don't know, try and make some better decisions going forward.
Thanks, Tyler. Let's go back to Regan.
Ty Gibbs comes home in second place today. Ty, looked like after all the chaos that was ensuing up front there, you were coming at the end. Did you just need a few more laps?
Yeah, I think I just honestly need a track position. That'd be great. And getting out front before those guys start racing. It was really, really hard to pass today. And that middle is super, super slick and really, honestly, really gummy and slick. So it's just really hard to pass. And it's just really important to keep track position. But overall, we did great. He gets us to the Camry. My 54 group did a great job. Thank you to Monster Energy. All glory to man above, and keep rolling.
All right, good run. Thanks, Ty.
Daughters Autumn and Scarlett accompany their dad, Brad Keselowski, to victory lane on Mother's Day in Darlington. How cool is that? What a day. Jack Roush in victory lane with his partner. Roush Fenway Sports Group, the third leg of that berth that own that team. 5 Fords in the top 10. So let's not worry about how competitive the Fords are this year. They are right there.
Well, we've definitely got a three manufacturer battle on our hands now. We've seen it on a mile and a half. We've seen it on a wore out slick racetrack now. It's not just RFK this week, but we see the move here again. I understand when we talked about the 45 car was trying to drive in there far enough and slide up in front of Buescher to do the slide job, but he missed, as you heard him say when they were having their discussion. So unfortunate for those two guys, but I just want to say this crowd did not leave. These people appreciate Brad Keselowski, and the things that he has done in this sport. They stuck around. They wanted to cheer for him, and what a great way to end a winless streak.
Another heartbreaker for that Busher. You see him going by the wayside right there, but putting RFK in victory lane with that guy. Busher had 3 of them last year. He was sat back and watched all that after moving over, putting his name on the billboard of that place. Now he's standing in victory lane with his partner Jack Rouse. Pretty cool. NASCAR racing.
All right, we'll go through the finishing order now. Again, a 1.2 second margin of victory for Brad Keselowski, his first win in over 3 years. And this win obviously locks him into the playoffs. He's the 8th different winner this season, and the first win for Ford as a manufacturer across all 3 series. Ty Gibbs finishes in 2nd place today, career best there. Josh Berry finishes his 2nd career best finish in 3rd. He had a 2nd place run last year in a part-time role, filling in for Chase Elliott at Richmond. But a solid run for Berry. He was quietly good all day, really came alive in the final stage. Denny Hamlin finishes 4th, and out of nowhere, Chase Briscoe gets the top 5 today, finishing in 5th. William Byron finishes 6th. Bubba Wallace 7th. A much-needed good run for him. He ran top 10 the whole race. Alex Bowman snuck in with a top 10 and 8th at the end. And how about Justin Haley for Rick Ware Racing finishing in 9th? Michael McDowell in 10th place as well, just behind him. Ross Chastain in 11th. Chase Elliott 12th. Christopher Bell 13th. Noah Gragson 14th. And Todd Gilliland 15th. 16th place finish for Corey LaJoie. Ryan Preece 17th. Kaz Grella 18th. Eric Jones 19th. And Austin Cindric in 20th. 21st for Joey Logano, Harrison Burton 22nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd, 24th for Daniel Suarez, Martin Truex Jr. 25th. 26th place finish for Carson Hocevar, Kyle Busch 27th, Austin Dillon 28th. He was the last car in the lead lap. Derek Kraus first car lap down at 29th. Chris Buescher finished 2 laps down at 30th after battling for the win in the final 10 laps. Right behind him was John Hunter Nemechek at 31st, then Tyler Reddick 32nd, also 2 laps down. 3 laps down at 33rd was Daniel Hemrick, and 3 cars DNF today. Kyle Larson finishes 34th, Zane Smith 35th, and Ryan Blaney 36th. Went through all the laps led and the different leaders, and 10 different drivers led at least 1 lap in the race today. And we ended up having 16 lead changes total with 6 cautions, 4 for incident, and only 1 in the final stage. Another wild race weekend here this weekend at the Darlington Raceway, and thank you for allowing us to hit our likes goal. Our like goal was 150. We are at 151 right now. Now, that's not quite the end of the stream. We still got to go through the Fantasy League yet. You can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com mobile app or NASCAR.com website or NASCAR mobile app. Go to the quick link sections at the top of the screen on NASCAR.com. I'll show you that real quick on how to get there. You can see the quick links section right here, top of the screen. Slide over to the Fantasy Live tab. You'll click on that, and you'll want to join the KRC League. KRC in all caps, a space, and then a capital L on League. Put it in the chat. That's the name of the league. It is free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season if you win a regular season and or playoff championship. I'll pull up the Fantasy League on my phone. Fox has gone off the air, by the way, on the FS1 broadcast. My team was looking really good into the final stage. Unfortunately, I had a couple guys tangled together on my team there down the home stretch. Those drivers being Tyler Reddick and Chris Buescher, unfortunately. I had them both on my team. And I also had Kyle Larson, who won the first stage and ended up getting the 3rd most stage points today. But unfortunately, he ended up not finishing well. He DNF'd and finished in 34th place as a result. Trying to get the results back up on the screen. Only going to be able to see some of the top finishers in this one on the left side. But yeah, on my team, I had Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski, Tyler Reddick, William Byron, Chris Buescher. Byron ended up finishing 6th. Keselowski got the win and the most points of any driver today, so that was big. Stage points, obviously Larson, 3rd most stage points, but unfortunately ended up finishing in 34th with a DNF. Had that flat left rear tire in the final stage. He ran top 5 all day before that. Top 6 at least all day before that. Chris Buescher, who was leading, and Tyler Reddick, who were right there, both battling for the lead, finished 30th and 32nd. I probably would have won the league this week if it wasn't for those final 10, well, at least for the final 40 laps with the Larson spin, and maybe still had a shot if there wasn't an incident at least. Could have had 1, 2, 3, but needless to say, it did not work out for me. The bonus points didn't work out for me either. I did have Bell beating Busch, and I did have Chastain beating Elliott. Those both happened, so I got 20 bonus points. I had Reddick over Logano. The final laps didn't help with that, and I also had Byron over Hamlin. Hamlin beat him by 2 positions there at the finish. Overall, this weekend in the league, I ended up finishing 11th with 171, but this week's winner, Hercules Harrigan, I think that's the 3rd win in the last couple weeks for her. She finishes with 218 points, getting our Darlington Throwback Weekend victory. So congratulations to her. A mother winning on Mother's Day. How about that? The EC, I know who that is, so I know that fact is correct. EC23 with 204 points finishes in second this week. The Plow V3 finishes third with 198 points. Dale 30 with 195 points finishes fourth. And Troy the Great in fifth with 192 points. Seeing who Hercules Harrigan had on her team. And this was en route to the victory this weekend. She had Brad Keselowski, Ty Gibbs, William Byron, who were the top 3 points getters today. Had Hamlin in the garage. That could have been a lot more points, and was still able to get the win, even with that being the case. Had Kyle Larson on the team also, which was 20th in points scored, and 17th in points scored was Reddick. So had a somewhat similar team, but a much better result, obviously. Bonus points went 3 for 4. Only one she didn't get was Reddick over Logano. Hamlin over Byron was the one that she got that I didn't. So that wraps up the Fantasy League this weekend. The only other thing with my team was Chastain was in my garage. Hindsight 2020, he would have outscored 3 drivers on my team this weekend with Buescher, Reddick, Larson all finishing 30th on back. Chastain ended up finishing just outside the top 10. He kind of ran like 8th to 12th most of the race, finished 11th. Not a lot of stage points for Ross, only 1 there, but still would have been better. And because I've only used him 3 times this season, it probably would have been a better pick than, say, a Reddick, who I've used 5 times already this year. That is going to wrap things up here today. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Again, appreciate everybody that has hit the like button as we have gotten to our goal of 150 likes. We're at 154 right now. 3 in a row. Yeah, I knew it was 3 in the last few weeks, but yeah, 3 in a row. There you go. Congratulations. And again, happy Mother's Day to all the moms that might have been watching in this stream here today. And also, we got to go over the schedule next week before I get out of here as well. Different schedule next week. Remember, no points race, but the All-Star race is in effect for the Cup Series. So we've got an interesting schedule. We have Cup Series on-track activity at North Wilkesboro Speedway for the All-Star race weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I just had it on my screen. My phone just died. That was a terrible time for that to happen. Also, don't forget to vote for your drivers to make it into the All-Star race as well. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it on NASCAR.com. TV guide listing. Oh, no, we do have it on here. Okay. So next weekend, here is the live commentary schedule. You might not be able to find it, but listen closely. We will be live next Friday night for the next live commentary stream. It'll be Friday night. Well, actually, Friday afternoon, really. Friday afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. NASCAR Cup Series All-Star Race practice at North Wilkesboro. So, again, practice is Friday at 4 p.m. It's a 50-minute practice session. It will go from that into qualifying. Qualifying will begin at 5:30 Eastern Time. And we will have that more than likely on the same stream. So, practice, qualifying will all be on the same stream next weekend. They're not going to be, right back to back. It's going to be a relatively longer stream. Now, the All-Star qualifying is for the Open, and then the All-Star Race Pit Crew Challenge will set up the heat race starting lineup. So, qualifying for the Open next weekend is regular qualifying procedure, 2 laps on a short track. That North Wilkesboro Speedway is, so 2-lap qualifying there. And the All-Star Pit Crew Challenge is only for the drivers who are locked into the All-Star race and are not racing in the Open. So the All-Star Pit Crew Challenge will set up the starting lineup for the heat races on Saturday night. Now, with that being said, we have more coverage on Saturday, of course, and it all starts off with the Truck Series race. So the Truck Series race will go live at 1:30 Eastern Time Saturday. So again, Truck Race North Wilkesboro, Saturday afternoon, 1:30 Eastern Time. That race is on Fox Sports 1. The All-Star Heat races will be at 5 p.m. Eastern Time at North Wilkesboro Speedway. So again, 5 p.m. Eastern, Saturday night next week will be the All-Star Heat races. Now, those are on Fox Sports 2. So if you don't have Fox Sports 2, you can watch this channel. I'll be live streaming both those heat races. I believe they are both 50 laps, if I'm not mistaken. So 100 laps total, 50 laps for each heat. And again, that will be 5 p.m. next Saturday. Sunday, pretty straightforward. We have the All-Star Race Open and the All-Star Race itself. Those will be 2 separate streams. The All-Star Open stream will begin at 5:30 Eastern Time, and the All-Star Race stream will begin at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday night next weekend. So, once again, a reminder, we'll go through it in order again quickly. 4 p.m. Eastern, practice qualifying for the NASCAR All-Star Race next weekend, 4 p.m. Friday. Eastern Time. Saturday afternoon, we have a doubleheader. 1:30 Eastern Time, we will have the Truck Series race at North Wilkesboro, and then we will have the All-Star Race Heat races, which will set the lineup for the main event on Sunday night. That will begin at 5 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, and again, that is on FS2. Everything else is on FS1 this weekend. And then Sunday with our main event, we'll have 2 separate live commentary streams. The first will be the All-Star Race Open. That will begin at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And then at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, we will go live for the actual All-Star Race, which is 200 laps with 2 Comp Yellows at lap 100 and lap 150. And of course, that new tire procedure will come into play as well. We'll explain more of that into the weekend next week. So 3 live commentary streams for the Cup Series next weekend. Well, technically 4 with the Open and the All-Star Race being 2 separate ones, but we'll be streaming for 3 days next weekend with the live commentary stuff at North Wilkesboro Speedway and 1 truck race. 4 of those streams are going to be Cup Series action, so you won't want to miss it. Don't forget, Kevin Harvick filling in for Kyle Larson, so if you don't want to miss Harvick in a car, that will be happening on that Friday. And North Wilkesboro Speedway, of course, the host again next weekend for the All-Star Race 2 years in a row. Hope to see you guys for that one. Hope to see you for maybe some NASCAR 07 streams during the week as well. And appreciate the support as always. Appreciate you guys allowing me to get to the like button. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't yet, and also hit the like button also if you haven't yet. Had a great race today. Congratulations to Brad Keselowski breaking his 3-year winless streak. And again, happy Mother's Day, and I'll be seeing you guys back and better than ever again next time. Have a good one, everybody.